Okay, so the first presenter is Msimelelo, who has just sent me his PowerPoint presentation. So I'm just going to share it, and then we can go. So, Msimelelo, you there? Are you here?
No. Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Just give me a few seconds. I'm going to share your presentation.
All right.
And then,
thank you.
And then I'll. So if I just give me a second. I'm sorry. I've got it here downloaded. Yeah. Yeah. And then, sorry, I should have become a pro on these things over time, but I've not. Meeting, share screen. Yeah. Do you see your presentation, Msimelelo?
Yes, I can, Federica. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great. So thank you very much. And you let me know when I should flip your pages, right?
All right.
Okay,
so,
thanks. Yeah, so
yeah,
this is the very first presentations that you guys are giving about your proposal. So we fully understand that is a very initial draft. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks for that, because I was very anxious about that, actually. So this is basically just the cover page. My name. So hello everyone. My name is Msimelelo Ntoyapi. And yeah, if you can move to the next slide, please, Federica. So this is basically the working sort of draft of my research thesis, and this topic is not yet finalized, but it just sort of speak to the intent of my research at the moment. Next slide, please, Federica.
Yeah. I'm coming. Yeah.
All right. So basically just the background of my research and pretty much what motivated it. So my research intends to sort of look at decentralization in the Constitution as cooperative governance. And then in inverted commas, I basically have just a brief description of what decentralization is and encompasses, which it promises democratic decision-making from the grassroots level upwards. Oh, what's happening?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, thanks, Federica. So it promises democratic decision-making from the grassroots level upwards. It promises citizen participation in both democratic structures and developmental debates, and it promises to deliver appropriate vehicles for the establishment, from the establishment of democratic legitimacy to the new democratic dispensation. This is a definition given by Thomas Kubel and Andrew Siddle. The research intends to establish the relationship between cooperative government and decentralization, so to identify the connection and its significance, to establish the role of these concepts in macroeconomic policy, so the role of these concepts in the formation of the policy, its implementation and enforcement, to find the link between macroeconomic policies and service delivery, explaining the social implications of the relationship. For example, enhanced educational opportunities, social mobility, and so forth. To establish whether or not local government decentralization is the most effective way of improving service delivery. For example, the provision of housing, quality health. Hello?
I'm sorry, my audio went off. Yeah?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. If you can just go back, I don't mind repeating the previous slide if that's okay with you, which is, yes, this one.
Okay.
I'm not sure where the connection went bad, but I don't mind starting from the start. I mean, from the third point, if that's okay.
Okay, fine. Yes.
Okay. So basically, in this background, the research that I intend on doing is to establish the relationship between cooperative government and decentralization. So the connection between the two and their significance, to establish the role of these concepts in macroeconomic policy, which is the formation of policy, its implementation and enforcement. To find the link between macroeconomic policies and service delivery. Explaining the social implications of the relationship. For example, enhanced educational opportunities, social mobility, and so forth. It is to establish whether or not local government decentralization is the most effective way of improving service delivery. For example, the provision of housing, quality healthcare, water and sanitation, quality education, etc. Next slide, please, Frederica. Okay, so the research intends on focusing on investigating the role of cooperative government in South Africa, in the macroeconomic policies of South Africa. To do this effectively, it requires to explore the impact of the configuration of the state and polity on the delivery of public services. Okay. Moreover, it intends to establish how the role of government in the economy is both the product of and the reaction to the past. In this sense, the research needs to first deal adequately with the reconfiguration of the apartheid regime to a democratic government before assessing the performance of contemporary government in improving the quality of life for poor South Africans. Next slide, please, Frederica. Objectively, the research wants to contend that local government decentralization is the most effective method of addressing the macroeconomic policy issues in South Africa. However, South Africa has far great infrastructural issues in relation to its cooperative government and intergovernmental relations system. For instance, the regulatory and legislative framework in governing intergovernmental relations and intergovernmental disputes, as well as a multitude of institutional capacity issues. It aims to demonstrate the mismatches in macroeconomic policy design and how they impede local governments in providing effective service delivery, which are a result of the configuration of the state and the constitutional design. So, developing thorough understanding of the above mentioned issues, the research can assist in suggesting remedial recommendations on how to improve local government and its relationship with provincial government, which is an important relationship because that's where you find that there's dispute between the the spheres of government. Hardly are there any between national and provincial. So next slide, please, ma'am. This is also a working research question, which I feel very comfortable with, but I don't know as I work on my research if it will change in some way or another, or perhaps maybe I might find that it doesn't represent what it is I'm trying to do with this thesis. So this is my research question. What is the role of cooperative government in macroeconomic policy of South Africa? Next slide, please. So we begin with the literature review here. For the research, the literature focus is on the connection between cooperative government and local government decentralization in the South African context. The literature already encountered on these concepts in South Africa all reveal that decentralization in South Africa has failed. And some give the following reason, but these are very limited. These aren't all of them. I just took the ones that I felt were most important for this presentation. So the first one is South African local government is overburdened with constitutional and legal requirements it is not equipped to meet. So capacity issues there. Lack of technical and administrative capacity to provide services it is required to supply. The system of decentralization is far too complex for the undercapacitated municipalities to handle. Local government is characterized by large-scale non-performance, both in terms of service delivery and a democratic deficit. Next slide, please, ma'am. Right. The literature demonstrated the reluctance and unwillingness, in some cases, of central agencies, particularly provincial government, to share significant powers with local government. This causes remarkable institutional and political capacity issues, especially when it comes to political interference in policy implementation and regulatory and legislative enforcement processes. The majority of the literature seems to capture mostly the challenges faced by cooperative government and government decentralization, particularly local government and fiscal decentralization, the facilitation of effective decentralization and intergovernmental relations, namely legislative, constitutional, fiscal, and managerial. Challenges with developing institutional mechanisms that govern over intergovernmental relations and enforce accountability, and overcoming these challenges and engendering genuine local participation. Next slide, please, ma'am. So through interaction with some of the literature, the ones that I've encountered thus far, I found that none actually provides conclusively that effective local government decentralization will improve service delivery. So this is the gap that the research is seeking to enhance, to be able to provide conclusively whether or not effective local government decentralization leads to improved service delivery. Next slide, ma'am, please. So the methodology, the research thesis attempts to identify the implications of the decentralization of government on macroeconomic policies in South Africa. It examines the effects of decentralizations on the lives of the poor, as well as explores whether decentralization improves or impedes service delivery. Thusly, it takes a qualitative research method approach for the collection of its data. The research thesis assumes a qualitative approach in its collection of data for its purposes, which are centered around investigating the effects of post-apartheid decentralization of government on the lives of the poor. Recurring service delivery protests indicate that the citizens are dissatisfied with the current dispensation. Therefore, qualitative research will provide clearer indication of how much has been done, how much has not been done, as well as how much still needs to be done. Next slide, please, ma'am. Okay. This slide speaks basically to how I sort of understood the qualitative approach. And reading from the second bullet point, some of the methods that might still be undertaken in the research process, participating in small group discussions with selected members of the community of Ibiga. And by the way, this is a community that I've identified in the Eastern Cape. It's a Butterworth is a town that is riddled with service delivery protest. And when I say that, I mean a year doesn't go by without violent protests in the region. And presently there's one now that's happening over water, the supply of water there. They don't have water. So I've identified that region as a possible. By the way, I also grew up there, so it kind of made my research, interesting and possibly easier. So small group discussions with some of the members of the community there. The second line, maybe semi-structured interviews with selected members of the community, ward councillors, and members of the administrative personnel in the local municipality over there, to seek and understand the views and opinions on, issues surrounding service delivery and the performance of local government over there. And in-depth interviews with the governing executive of the Eastern Cape, the MEC, for instance, community leaders, councillors, just to sort of understand the condition and experience or the individual's perspective with the lack of efficient service delivery. I will participate in desktop, of course, and analysis of texts and documents such as government reports, policy archives, news articles, internet websites, scholarly journal articles, to learn and discover more on the topic, more on publicly distributed information on the topic. Next slide, please, ma'am. Okay. As I've already mentioned, a lot of that will encompass a lot of desktop research, comprehensive review of physical literature that I'm able to get my hands on, some archival documents if that is possible. Okay, since one of the objectives of the thesis is to assess the experiences of poverty for South Africans, the meaning and perspective from the standpoint standpoint of the individual participating, qualitative research methods then becomes most appropriate for the research I intend on making. It's just it's a lot to read, and I hope everyone has had the chance to read all of that. Is there a next slide, please, Federica? As far as the plan, I wasn't sure what was expected of me to do here. So what I imagined was establishing timelines and around when these interviews would happen, or how often I meet with my supervisor, just to keep in the time frame of the research itself. That's what I imagine you intended with this one, Federica.
Yes.
Yes.
That's it. Oh, yeah.
Okay, there's a next slide, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Msimelelo. Okay, so I would say, let's see if we've got comments from the public. And otherwise, I do have a few comments on your presentation. And but let's see first if people from the public would like to give some comments and to your presentation.
Hello.
Yes. Hi.
This is Gainer.
Hi, Gainer.
Can I make some comments?
Sure. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you. This is Msimelelo.
Msimelelo.
Sorry, Msimelelo. Oh my goodness, I don't know my glasses. I apologize. Okay, I must have missed it somewhere. Thank you so much for your presentation. I didn't get what is the level of this work. Is it a master's or a PhD or an honors?
Oh, my apologies. That is my fault. In the introduction, I should have mentioned in the beginning. So this is a master's level research. I'm a master's student.
Okay. Thank you so much for the clarification, because then you look like you want to do 5 PhDs.
Pardon?
You look like you want to do 5 PhDs with what you've just presented.
Oh no.
So no, it's good news. It means that you need to reduce the things that you're trying to look at.
Okay.
And then secondly, I wanted to make kind of a suggestion. You're asking a question about decentralization. You're also asking a question about service delivery. And then I also heard you making examples about housing, sometimes education. I think for masters, it's enough, even for PhD, to pick one sector. Are you going to do education or housing, so that you're more specific and you're not all over the place? And then I also wanted to make a suggestion about the level of inquiry. Are you working at the local level? Because you said a lot of things about engaging with the community, but when you're now talking about things like macroeconomic and stuff, that again goes back to national level. So you need to be clear. I mean, it's part of your thinking process, because you're not thinking, you're still thinking, you haven't finished your thinking. And then there was some kind of a question or comment that you made about decentralization. And I was not sure, because the font is very small on the slides. Because decentralization in itself is also like a kind of a concept and a theory. And one of the advantages of decentralizing is that it is supposed to increase service delivery. So when you say you don't get that link in the literature, I suggest you read, like, just beyond like service delivery and decentralization, but just maybe a couple of journal articles on decentralization itself. But maybe Dr. Togo can also help there because she's just graduated her PhD on decentralization. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gaynor. I think there's a raised hand. Noma.
Yes, thanks, Fede. Ntoyapi, I will thank you for your presentation. I'll limit my comments to the methodology section. And I just want to begin from where Gaynor ended. The point she makes is that try and pick one sector that you want to focus on. And this will also help you clarify in terms of your methodology. So the challenge with methodology is that it's so easy to name it, to say it's quality, it's quantity, but often enough we don't say why. I take your point that Butterworth is easy because Busekaya, but you also have to go and dig deeper. For example, Tofimvaba in the 1960s and 70s was a hotspot for protests. Why do you use the idea of violent protests and the frequency? And are you only looking at post-1994 frequency? Why Butterworth? Why the Eastern Cape? Are you trying to make a position of an alternative geographical reading outside Gauteng, if you like, outside the so-called urban, if you like? So it's not enough to just speak from a space of home. Of course, it matters in terms of Black subjectivities, but scientifically, you need to push yourself a bit harder there. The second point, other than justifying Butterworth, and it's fine that you're saying there's a protest every 100th day, but what's your evidence? Compared to what? Because we do have a long history of social movements, literally counting protests, not just violent ones, like Gaynor said, whether these are protests around food or education or gender-based violence. So yeah, so the first one is the location. The second one is, I've never heard of Ibika Township, so maybe there's something to motivate for them. The second one is you talk of semi-structured interviews. Fine, it's part of qualitative methodology, but why? And why are you lumping together all your participants and not saying, again, I do understand that this is your first draft, but this is some of the things in methodology you always have to ask yourself why, and get to the next level. So the stratification, you're saying members of the community. Who are these members of the community? So if you're interested in pro-poor service delivery, then it does matter to say who becomes the legitimate voice, quote unquote. One of the points that you make in your literature review is this idea of genuine local participation. So how does that translate methodologically? How are you going to find, quote unquote, this genuine expression or this authentic voice, if you like, if you're interested in community? But then again, if you're interested in community, why do you also say you're interested in the institutional perspective and you're looking at the ward councillor? The point I'm trying to make is it matters who you choose and also the number of people that you're choosing. So if you're saying community members, leaders, how many? Activists, NGOs, institutionalized, not institutionalized? Is it that guy that leads the protest with the music? Is it that guy with the placard? Who? And also, you know, why are you choosing those people? So there, it's an issue of stratification. Another thing about semi-structured interviews, of course, your literature will guide you in this. Once you've identified the who, what are some of these categories? So eventually you will have, we imagine, a questionnaire, and that questionnaire will have questions, but those questions will be embedded in some themes, I imagine. So those themes might be around 5 categories, for example. If you like, the first category would be biographical data. The second category would be, I don't know, participation on violent protests. But think about that. It's a nice to have, and also makes the administrative element of research much easier as you go along. The third and last comment I want to make in your methodology, you say you're going to do a document review, and we say based on this topic. Which topic? Again, going back to what Gaynor said earlier on, is it going to be more on decentralization? Is it going to be more on fiscal macroeconomic policy? Is it more going to be about pro-service delivery, with which theme more specifically? So it's not enough to say archival texts, newspapers, and all of that. Are you tracing a specific expression in terms of print media that is tied to one issue that these community members are calling for? I'll leave it at that for now, but thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry. Is there any other comment?
Yes, Federica, I just wanted to ask a comment regarding today's process. Are supervisors allowed to comment? I take it.
Yes, of course, yes, sure.
Oh, okay, because in other departments, supervisors stay quiet and take notes, just so the student can hear from.
Yeah, but I think we can keep it like as open as possible. I mean,
okay,
that's fine.
Okay, sure. All right. Well, Msimelelo is my student, and I think, hi Msimelelo.
Hi,
I think the best thing to do, because we've had long discussions about this, is to note that the things that Gaynor and Noma have picked up are exactly the things that we've been talking about.
Yes.
So, yeah, so I think the best thing to do is for us to marinate on this a bit, and then I will catch up with you, because I think they've actually captured everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Toko.
Thanks, Toko.
Yeah, so if there's no other comment, I just maybe wanted to also say something which though resonates pretty much with what Gaynor and Noma said, and that it feels like you have been sort of mentioning and bringing to the table a lot of very big concepts, and we're not sure how you want to approach them. If the focus is more on decentralization, on the impact that it's got on macro policy, or if it is on service delivery and how decentralization affects service delivery. I think this kind of relationship is still a bit uncertain, and that makes your research question basically very, very broad and very wide, and it's quite difficult to grapple with what really, with really what you want to find out through your question. And going back and linking up to what Noma was mentioning on a methodology, I feel that if you take one case and maybe try to understand what this case tells you, how it helps you understand what you really want to find out. So what does, the service delivery protests that you find in the community tell you about the relationship between local government, service delivery, fiscal decentralization, or whatever you're really interested in? And try to maybe understand what that particular community, like what does it tell you about what you want to understand? And I think this will help you more craft your question in a way that is much more empirical, but that helps you address much broader conceptual questions that you are interested in, which is, the relationship between cooperative government and macroeconomic policy in South Africa. And I think also maybe what would be very helpful would be like to list down all of these concepts for yourself, have like a two-sentence definition of decentralization, cooperative government, and how do they link? How does it link to macroeconomic, and how does it impact service delivery? Just for you to like have a map of all of these concepts that you're trying to grapple with. And then you can go, you can see with the case that you have, going back to Noma, like why is that the best case, and why are those the best people that can help you answer the question? So it can really help you frame, link more the empirical part of your research, which with broader conceptual sort of matters that we've been discussing. So it pretty much resonates with what's been discussed so far. But I think, you can really try and start from your case and see what it really tells you. Is it like all of those service delivery protests, are they the reflection of obviously poor service delivery, but how is that linked to fiscal decentralization? How is it linked to cooperative governance? And this maybe might help you also narrow down your question. Yeah.
Thanks, Frederica.
Do we have more comments? Everyone? Okay, so let's move to the second presentation, which is by Tirhani. Let me share the screen. Let me share the new presentation. Just give me a second. Okay, should be coming. Yeah, Tirhani, you there? You're here.
Thank you.
Hi.
I hope you're all doing well. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present our research proposals to you. We really appreciate it. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to jump straight into it. I have about 6 or 7 slides prepared. So yeah, and just to give a to introduce myself, I'm Tirhani and I am a master's student. So my research is on the impact of an organizational culture on employee well-being during a crisis, in particular the COVID-19 and how it has resulted in the national lockdown in South Africa. So you can go to the next slide, please, Doc. Okay, so before I give a background on my research, I think it's important for me to also provide a background on why I chose this particular topic. So my undergrad and honors was in organizational psychology, and within that discipline we talk a lot about organizational culture and organizational climate, etc., and how they really impact on the success and growth of organizations and institutions, and ultimately, you know, impact the growth of the country or the economy in some way, shape, or form. So that was the reason why I wanted to do this research on organizational culture, because of the impact that it has within the growth, in relation to the growth of organizations. So like I said here in the slide, that an organizational culture has an important impact in organizations because of the way that it models the way that employees engage and interact with one another, and it directs the way that they, you know, perform their work duties. And because of the effect of an organizational culture and how it, you know, impacts on the way that employees engage with one another, its impact is likely to be disrupted during a crisis, or rather the interactions and engagement of employees are likely to be disrupted during a crisis. Therefore, organizations need to have a culture that allows employees to be able to adapt during a crisis in terms of how they perform their work, their job duties, and their job roles during a particular crisis. So we're all aware that the global pandemic known as COVID-19 has sort of, you know, forced many nations to implement a lockdown in order to fight the spread of the virus and to reduce the number of infections. And so many of the organizations and institutions as well have had to come up with creative and innovative ways to ensure that the employees are well taken care of, to ensure the well-being and motivation of the employees, whilst also not neglecting the productivity of their employees within the organization. Now, it may not be all organizations that have had to think of these creative and innovative ways of still working, because some industries have had to shut down completely, whilst others have had to resort to working from home and using, you know, certain platforms to communicate and still work, just like we're doing now on Zoom or Skype or Microsoft, etc. So yeah, and then Federica, I think you can go on to the next question. The next slide, sorry. So my research question has been divided into two parts. So I have a main question, and then I have 3 sub-questions that I've included. So the main question here is, what impact does an organizational culture have on the well-being of employees during a crisis? And this question seeks to understand the role that organizational culture plays in the behavior, the routine of work, and interaction of employees when faced with a crisis. And then my sub-questions there are 3 sub-questions that I have, being the reorganization of labor, the reorganization of professional life and identity, and the change of job roles. So I aim on doing my research within the financial services industry. And this is simply because I think this is one of the sectors that has managed to find innovative ways to continue working. And then I think it's important for me to mention this now, even though I may reiterate within my methodology, that the reason I chose to do my research within the financial services industry is because I think that this is one sector that is one of the most gruesome and demanding sectors when it comes to corporate, and they are always on the go, and they play such a huge role in terms of contributing to the economy of South Africa or any nation in some way, shape or form. And so had financial services industry or firms shut down completely during the lockdown, then that would be, also a different case. So the reason I mentioned that I want to do this, or rather my research sub-questions are divided into 3 questions, being the reorganization of labor, is to look at how these firms or banks have managed to ensure that they are still working, still being productive, that employees are still being motivated, but at the same time that their well-being is taken care of. And an organizational culture plays a huge role in that, in the sense that when an organization has a strong culture, they are able to adapt to any crisis whatsoever. And then the second sub-research question is the reorganization of professional life or identity. So within the financial services industry, there are different professions, and these professions are likely to gain more importance or not at all during a crisis, where if you take, for an example, a receptionist might not be considered as important right now. And this is not in any way, shape or form to disregard or take, sort of, what's the word that I'm looking for? Disadvantage any of those other professions. But we might find that someone who, is in the role of an economist has more work right now, more duties, their demands have increased due to the nature of the crisis. And this is likely to impact on the identity that those employees have. So some may feel very insecure, some may feel secure because now all of a sudden, they're treated with utmost kindness and much attention is paid to them, while others not so much. And how does that impact on their well-being during this time, which also leads to the change of roles, because the responsibilities might change over time. And so maybe, for instance, the administrator or receptionist might take on more roles or take on less roles, and ultimately, their job can also be impacted in the sense that they may get retrenched because there seems to be no what's the word I'm looking for? Not enough work for them to do, and etc. Something along those lines. So yeah, that's what I mean by my 3 sub-questions. And then these questions will aid in addressing the challenges faced by employees during the lockdown in relation to how their roles as professions have changed in terms of their job description and their job responsibilities concerning the adjustments made due to the lockdown. Next slide, please. And then my literature review is obviously sectioned in different sections, or divided into different sections. So the first part of my literature review provides a brief history on organizational culture, what it is, where it stems from, and what it is intended to do within organizations. And then I talk about some of the theories or models of organizational culture. And I've chosen to focus on 2 theories of organizational culture. The first one being Edgar Schein's 3-factor model. That is basically due to the complexities and meanings around the explanations of an organizational culture. He developed a model that provides clarity on this concept and makes it more observable in organizations. And he notes that there are direct and indirect tools by which organizational culture is influenced, which is obviously made up of behaviors, engagements, standing, and judgments, in addition to values for direct tools, and indirect tools comprising of the mission and the vision of the company or of the organization, in addition to corporate identity and rituals of the organization. And then I've also included Hofstede's 6 cultural dimensions model. And this is basically, a set universal standard for understanding the difference in people's behaviors when it comes to cultures, beliefs, opinions, and values. And I think these 2 theories are, particularly important, or talk about the importance of an organizational culture. And then I've also spoken about the role of crisis management, and have written about this in 3 different stages that crisis management takes place within the organizations, and how organizations can be better prepared or create a culture that is suited around these crisis management stages. So some organizations may not necessarily have a crisis management plan. And so during this time, we'll see whether or not having a crisis management plan is really effective within the context of an organizational culture or not. And then I've also talked about organizational culture in the financial services industry. So I am aware that there are different types of organizational culture, in as much as an organizational culture is meant to differentiate organizations from one another and make them stand out and unique. So the culture is likely to vary from that within the mining and agriculture industry or retail industry. And so I've spoken a little bit about the financial services industry and the culture that they are likely to have as in general, not just with one specific financial services firm or bank or company, but as an industry as a whole, the industry as a whole. And then lastly, I've spoken about the professions and employee identity, which I just touched on in the previous slide within my research question, and how these professions and work roles relate to the perceptions and effects on employees' identity during this time. Next slide, please. And then my methodology, I have chosen to do to follow a qualitative research method. And the reason for this is simply due to the amount of rich, raw retail data that a qualitative method is able to provide. And this methodology has numerous ways that such data can be collected, either through interviews, questionnaires, participant observation. But before I get into that, I think I'd like to talk about my population and my sample in relation to where I'm going to be conducting my research. So like I mentioned earlier, that I hope to do my research within the financial services industry, and the selected firm is Nedbank, in particular the Nedbank head office based in Sandton, within the group's risk management and human resources team. And my sample for this will be chosen through the purposive sampling method. And my number of participants will range from about 10 to 15 within this particular firm or bank. And the sample will comprise of team leaders and members within the 3 teams, being groups, risk management, and human resources team. And then next slide, please. So just continuing on my methodology on how we'll be collecting my data, this will be done through semi-structured interviews. And the reason for this is because I think that with semi-structured interviews, firstly with interviews, it would, in as much as, I would have loved to conduct face-to-face interviews, but because of the lockdown, these now have to take place via online communication platforms such as Zoom, Skype, or Microsoft Teams. And the reason for semi-structured interview, because it will enable me to establish some form of rapport between the participants and myself, and structured so that I don't lose sight of track. I don't know which one it is. Lose track of sight. So that my interviews are still guided. There's still some sort of formality and structure to them. And like I said, that I'll be conducting them at the Nedbank head office in Sandton from the group's risk management and human resources team, as I had mentioned in the previous slides. Next slide is going to talk about the data analysis, and I think this is just for maybe once I'm done with the research, how I hope to analyze the data using content, narrative, and framework analysis. And then there was a section that we had to prepare as well on the plan, but I wasn't really sure as to what to include. So maybe I'm hoping that my supervisor, being Dr. Federica, can provide more clarity and advice when it comes to that section. And then that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I was trying to talk. Okay, thanks for this. Let's see if there's any comments on this proposal, and then or if not, I can give a few comments. But let's hear first from the public if there's any comments.
No problem.
If I may.
Who's this?
Norma?
Hi, sorry, Norma, I couldn't see you. Yeah,
good.
sure.
So
Yeah.
good. Thank you so much, Sissy, for your presentation. I found it quite interesting. Again, I'll just limit my comments to the methodology. First things first, it's quite refreshing that you reflected on a theories of organizational culture. But the only thing I would add there is to say why the two models. You do acknowledge that, yes, they have something to say with regard to the importance of organizational culture, but it wasn't clear for me as to why. When did these models emerge? Are they from the 70s or 80s? Were they particularly useful in terms of defining the field? Are you trying to make sense of them in contemporary experiences? If they still hold, what is it that you're trying to sell us with these two models? And why both of them? Do they speak to each other? In what form? And what has been the critique also of these two models? Because you're adding another layer to it of crisis management stages, and why those three layers in terms of your theory. And also it'll be quite interesting what you mean by crisis, because you're writing this within the context of COVID. Some people use the language of pandemic, and this is outside even the sector that you've chosen, right? So all of those things, it'll be quite interesting as you tighten up your theoretical section and digging a bit deeper into the why. The second one is the methodology is, thank you for your clarity again. NetBank, head office, risk management, teams, groups, HR, quite interesting. But why NetBank? One of the comments you make is that because you've chosen the financial service sector, because it has shown innovative ways. But what are these innovative ways? I would imagine that F&B is more hip and happening, but I'm only commenting as a beneficiary and less as a scholar there. So it'd be quite interesting to say why NetBank. It's fine that you've chosen the head office. That's not an issue, but it'll also be interesting to say why, because it's easy, I imagine, to have things implemented in the head office. There's a short loop of feedback, information, and monitoring that allows things to somehow, have a better chance in terms of implementation as compared to a local branch in the East Rand or a local branch in the Northern Cape. Where the feedback loop is much longer. So I'm not necessarily saying find other branches, but why head office? So just tighten that a bit. I appreciated the clarity in your purpose of sampling, 10 to 15 participants. Like I said, it's quite interesting. And then the second last point is in the analysis. I don't know why you've chosen all three. It seems quite exhausting. I do appreciate that you have clarity in distinguishing between the narrative and content analysis. They are two different things, but it will also be interesting to have a sense, why then are you marrying the two and lumping a framework analysis? Is your framework analysis tied to your two models? What are you trying to show us there? But it does seem like an overload of frames of analysis. But again, it depends on how you position it. Those are my three concrete ones. And just the last comment I'd like to make is there seems to be a tension. Your question is clear, but there seems to be a tension around this issue of well-being. And I say it's a tension because where you'll be seeking your questions has nothing to do with employee well-being. You are asking the people who are oiling the machine, on the wellness of the people who are workers. And it almost seems contradictory that those would be the people to tell you who's coping with the changes or not. So there's something about well-being there that you need to think through, because for me, it seems as if you're following a process of change, whether people are coping or not. I mean, reorganization comes in two subcategories of your question: reorganization of labor, reorganization of identity, reorganization of responsibilities. That's a process change that you're looking into, but I'm not seeing the face of the person that you're standing up on their behalf, right? So it sounds as if you're trying to stand up on behalf of the workers, so to speak. How are people coping with these changes? Is the system elastic enough in actually holding space for people to be more productive? But I'm not seeing the people, I'm seeing more of the system and how the system is being elastic towards this productivity. So there's something to think about there. Maybe you leave out well-being and you're more interested in organizational culture and how it shifts and, you know, and copes in a moment of crisis, and less about the people who would be here, the worker within this institution. But I could be misreading, but thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much for your feedback. Much appreciated.
Thanks. Do we have more comments? Hi.
Sorry.
Yes.
This is Gena.
Yes.
Struggling with my mute. Excuse me. Thank you so much for that presentation. I have I think one comment. The others I'm not so clear on yet. The case study that you want to use is one institution, and I was just wondering, there is a limitation in terms of the causality, because how do we know, how do we score this? Is it doing better than what? I don't know if you get my point. This is if you're working with at least more than one, because if you're going to interview, like you say, 15 people, I think that's a small enough number that you can also do that at another institution. Then maybe we can come up with a standard, or which is doing better than the other one. And then I think it's also important in your literature review to look at whatever you decide to define as crisis. It could be the financial crash, the recession, a lot of other things precipitate crisis, specifically in the financial sector or anywhere else, and look at how have institutions fared in terms of the theory you're looking at and the questions that you are asking of now. I think I'll stop. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Obviously, you guys are welcome to respond to the comments.
Oh, okay. I don't know who was the first person that spoke, but I recognize her voice from the reading group. Yeah, to the lady that spoke at the beginning, I think.
Noma, yeah.
Oh, Noma,
Noma.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think with the one question that I remember that you asked is why in particular Nedbank and not FNB. I think at this point it was more of because of access rather than me looking at, you know, the other banks and whether or not I would have access to them. I tried to, and I think this is going to answer your question, Gaino, maybe about why it wasn't a comparative analysis or, you know, case study. There was another bank that I had wanted to include in my research that would, you know, sort of give me a difference between the two banks or, you know, firms in the financial services industry. However, most of them are open to providing research opportunities to their employees within the organization that are doing master's projects or thesis. So far, Nedbank was the only one that I was able to have access to that would be willing to provide me with the opportunity to conduct my research there as an outsider, because I don't work for Nedbank, I don't bank with Nedbank, but it was because of the access that I had. And then the other question that was asked in terms of I think someone asked about the theories. I think also at the time, the reason for those chosen theories was just under a general blanket statement as to, okay, these are the theories in relation to organizational culture. It wasn't so much as, in relation to the financial services industry or anything like that. And when it comes to my general question, in the sense that, looking at an organizational culture and how it impacts on the well-being, the reason I decided to do it on these three teams being group risk management and HR was because I know that HR is usually responsible for the implementation of an organizational culture. And then the people within the group and risk team are the employees, basically, who I'm assuming would be impacted by the organizational culture. So I would get information on how the organizational culture has managed to adapt to the crisis from the HR team, and then get information from the groups and risk team as to how they've managed to adapt to the changes that have been made by the HR team, essentially organizational culture. I don't know if that maybe makes sense. And I think that's as far as I can remember the questions that were asked. But yeah.
Is there any other comment or question or clarification that you'd like to ask? Yeah, so basically, I think we've been discussing if this work could have been a comparative one. So that was part of the conversation, to see precisely what would be, to really understand what is the effect of an organizational culture in comparing two different entities, financial entities. But I think that it's very important, the comment on the theoretical framework and why those two sort of theories were chosen, and how basically you evaluate them with regards to what's happening in the current moment. And again, how do they help you, explain all of the various changes that are undergoing within the organizational culture at this current stage. And so basically what's I think what we need to do, what will be interesting will be to try and understand not so much if and how the organizational culture has also promoted a continuation in the terms of productivity, but to focus more on how the organizational culture has been reorganized. I mean, how the organizational culture either has been organized or has been affecting the well-being of the employees. It seems, I agree with Noma, that there's a sort of a collusion here that maybe we need to disentangle a bit more.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Because we don't want to end up in a sort of a normative idea that a good organizational culture then brings greater productivity and efficiency in the financial sector or something like that. So it would be also good to work with hypotheses, right? So what would be the hypothetically, what will mean to have a certain kind of organizational culture in relation to, well-being and to the sort of reorganization of the firm itself. Do we have other questions or comments? Okay. Great. Then let's move to the next presentation, and after these we'll have a quick coffee break. So, Medina, can you see the screen? Or everyone for this matter, but Medina will have to rate.
Hi, Dr. Dika. Yes, I can see the screen. Okay, so can I start?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, of course. Please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Well, my name is Medinah, and I am going to be working on my master's thesis this year. And my thesis topic and question right now is basically a work in progress, and it's yet to be confirmed. However, my topic currently as it stands is basically around why South Africa cannot have the NHI. Please go to the next slide, Dr. Duka. So essentially what I tried to establish for my background is the kind of history of like the healthcare in South Africa and what was inherited by the democratic South Africa in terms of structures, the segregation, accessibility and everything. And I basically started off by saying that, you know, the South African Constitution binds the state to work towards the progressive realization of the right to health. And even 26 years after democracy, the country still faces massive health inequalities, which is seen in the different rates of disease as well as mortality between races, thus reflecting racial differences in access to basic household living and other determining factors of health. These are basically legacies that have continued in post-apartheid era, from the apartheid era, as well as, and still affecting the health system today. And I basically wanted to also establish what the health system currently looks like in terms of this divide between the private and the public health systems, how they manage and how the structures intertwine, so to say. And then I went on to establish what the NHI actually is and what it is proposing. So it was first officially announced in 2011 through the Green Paper that was open for public opinion. And the main idea presented was basically a policy that seeks to ensure that everybody has access to appropriate, efficient, equitable, and quality healthcare services. And the Green Paper also went on to say that essentially what it's going to do is be a financing system that pools in funds to provide this access to the affordable and quality healthcare services for all South Africans based on their health needs, irrespective of their socioeconomic status. And the NHI also intends to ensure that the use of the health services does not result in financial hardship for the individuals and their families. So the idea here behind the pooling system is essentially through taxes, which was what was presented in the Green Paper. And basically the idea is sort of to run it like the UIF. So it will be compulsory in that everybody will have to contribute to the NHI fund. And then it also stated that it would happen over a period of 15 years in two phases, namely. The first phase was between 2017 and 2022, where we would see emphasis on investing in improving access to and the management and quality of the public sector health services, particularly in the primary healthcare level. And then the second phase was set to be from 2022 to 2026, that basically intended to introduce a strategic purchasing mechanism by establishing a semi-autonomous national health insurance fund. Next slide, please, Dr. Duka. Thank you. So then I went on also to establish what the NHI is proposing to do. So there's a transformation that's being proposed in the policy, and it basically seeks to establish a single-tiered system. So the National Health Insurance Fund will be the sole purchaser of services from both the public and the private sectors. And as a result, this will then limit the role of the private sector in terms of the medical scheme providers, because once the NHI is implemented, your private medical scheme providers will only be able to offer what is not offered in the NHI. And I think the idea basically is just to ensure that no matter how much one is contributing or how little they're contributing, everybody is ensured accessibility to quality health care. And I also wanted to establish how useful the NHI is to the health sector at this point in time, because we will be able to establish our infrastructural issues, how our structures are set up, and what the NHI is then going to do for South Africa currently. Next slide, please, Dr. Duka. So my research questions as they stand right now is, one, as a policy, how does the NHI bill resolve the infrastructural issues experienced in South Africa? So this is just an opportunity in terms of how I want to go about it, is to kind of have like what the NHI proposes versus state capacity, what the NHI proposes versus the current state of infrastructure, and just look at how the NHI intends on remedying the issues that are currently experienced in terms of our healthcare system. And then the second question I am intending to look at is, what are the implications of the NHI on the private sector, namely the private medical scheme providers, because at this point in time, they have actually spoken out the most in terms of questions around why we won't be able to use a multi-layered system, in the sense that other countries that offer something like a national health insurance scheme, you have multi-layered systems where there's the option of providing full coverage on both ends that doesn't necessarily limit the private sector. Next slide, please, Dr. Duka. So in terms of my literature review, the term and concept of universal health coverage has come up a lot, especially in relation to the NHI. And what I tried to establish in my literature review was where this idea of the NHI came from and how it is then related to the idea of universal health coverage. And this needs to be done before the NHI policy can be unpacked. So I looked into the call for universal health coverage, which was, I just used two examples, which was mainly like the World Health Organization, which was in 2010. And they released a declaration that called for all countries to aim for affordable universal coverage and access for all citizens on the basis of equality and solidarity. And along with this, they then further released a declaration report on how to go about achieving universal health coverage. And then in 2015, there was another call, an agreement that health coverage should be universal. And this also saw the United Nations General Assembly adopting the idea of universal health coverage as part of the commitment to Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please, Frederica. So this for me sort of linked to this idea of an external push for adopting a kind of version of universal health coverage. And I thought it was notably seen within BRICS, and that's how I would relate it to South Africa in terms of this external push, because we don't necessarily see a push internally, I mean, from citizens, so to say. So here I try to look at BRICS in terms of they've come together and they basically said that, they basically have this push for universal health coverage. And this also speaks to the idea of the low to middle income countries that are also pushing for this reform through this idea of universal health coverage. And while they're pushing for it, collectively and as a unit, they are achieving it individually because there are differences in terms of the wealth, population, the health indicators, and the states, and the processes are also obviously different and unique to each state. Next slide, please, Frederica. So directly from that, my case of South Africa and the National Health Insurance then becomes part of my literature review. This is basically to establish what the NHI is, how it came about, and that, as you can see from the start, I use the idea of how the equitable access to quality healthcare has long been a part of, democratic South Africa in terms of their plans for redressing the past. And this is also in the Constitution. where we talk about everybody should have the right to healthcare, and then we've now realized, I think, the problem that we have poor service delivery in terms of public healthcare. So the idea then to create the free universal healthcare system and provide quality healthcare, I think, is based on the premise of not only following this universal idea of health coverage, but also to remedy the existing issues. And then the NHI, in terms of the policy itself, was presented in, well, a number of ways from the government. First, it was 2011 with the green paper. Then in 2015, it was the white paper. 2017, it was the further white paper. And 2019, we saw the bill being presented in Parliament. So this also speaks to how refinements were made throughout the process to actually establish why the NHI is needed in South Africa, or what they foresee the need for the NHI being, and how it would actually work. And now I've also come across challenges that South Africa will face, not only because of the structures they've inherited from the past, but also because of its political complexity and and as well as the debates taking place, which is your basically resistance from the private sector and so forth. So I also felt that the most important debate and question then from that is from the private sector, because both the hospitals as well as the medical providers, because they seem to be the most impacted by this policy. Next slide, please, Frederica. So my research methodology at this point is going to be a qualitative approach. Here I've decided to use obviously desktop research, which would include me looking at policy documents, journal articles, books, newspapers, anything that can give me information on the NHI, as well as the current health structure and the actual issues being faced at the bottom. And then the second tool I wanted to use was interviews, but these would be targeted interviews, particularly in the private sector with the medical scheme providers, such as your Discovery and your CAMAF, just to understand the impact that this NHI policy will have on the private sector. Next slide, please, Dr. Dika. Thank you.
Okay, hi, thanks, Medinah. Let's go to comments and questions, if there's any.
Hi, Federica. I do have some comments.
Sure.
Thank you, Medinah, for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm really interested in NHI, but I will limit my comments and wait for your research to be complete. But as regards to your progress from here into your research, the first thing I think you might find useful is reports about pilot projects on the NHI, because you mentioned that you're looking at, the gap between what is proposed in the NHI and the capacity of government to implement NHI. And I think government has been running about 10 pilot projects for the past, let's say, 5 to 8 years. And I know WITS has also been involved in some of the pilots. And I think, especially given that you're doing desktop research, I guess because of COVID, a lot of the reports will give you direct information about the issues around capacity. And whether, NHI is being implemented or will be implemented by the phased timelines that government proposed. So that's just a suggestion that the reports around the pilot projects will be very useful. The second thing that I'd like to ask a question. Why are you focusing on the impact on the private sector, private medical aids? I'm curious because, you know, you talk about the infrastructure left by apartheid and the fact that that infrastructure might not be able to deliver certain outcomes for NHI, but then you do an about turn and it sounds like you want to find out how the private sector will be impacted, but the interest there is very different from the sort of social compact or social issues around the importance of, you know, NHI. So that for me is a burning question, especially because earlier this year, private medical aids were greatly exposed for, you know, their unethical practices towards Black doctors, but also their exorbitant costs. So maybe it's a biased question, but I'm just wondering why look at the interests of the private sector against maybe the pressing needs of the public, which NHI is trying to resolve. That's just a question.
Okay, so my idea surrounding the private sector has just always been of interest to me in terms of the NHI and possibly the impact of limiting the private sector will have on the economy, but also to establish kind of the role they have in of themselves in terms of pushback or what say they actually have in terms of the NHI. And also because from my knowledge of the NHI, there are going to be contracts between government and the private. So just to understand how that will actually operate and what that then means is the private sector still fully there, or is it functioning under a sort of contracted that's here but not really there sort of basis? So I think that's where my interest for the private sector comes about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any other comment or question?
Yes. It's
Yes,
Noma.
hi. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll be very brief. 2 comments. The first one is, I'm not clear what you mean in your research question by infrastructural issues. And this is tied to what Togo also started to talk about in terms of the interest around the private sector. I heard what you said in terms of your presentation, that you're looking at the issues around resistance and also the fact that they're impacted on. And I think it will be interesting also to look into their own submissions at the different stages of the policy in terms of what their position is. But for me, it would be interesting to clarify what that is. And also the discussion, maybe you've written it in terms of your literature review, but the tension between this idea of free universal healthcare system and what the NHI essentially is meant to be doing. So on one level, it's sold as a health financing system, but on one level, it's also sold to be this, you know, democratic, you know, expression in terms of access to basic healthcare services. So for me, it'll be interesting in terms of your literature, how you are making sense of the idea of the GDP spent on health generally in SADC in terms of how the targets themselves have not been met, how that is tied to the idea of free healthcare system, and then how that is tied to the debates of resistance from the private sector. So just, to strengthen your literature review, that's the first part.
Okay.
The second part is following on Togo. There are reports, I think that we are currently in phase 2. I just checked now very quickly on Google. There's a 2019 June report that looks at the sites, the NHI sites. And I'm not sure if it would be useful for you to pick one or compare the data that is quite available. But again, it's fine. You've chosen desktop, either way you go. But what's interesting about these reports is that there are 8 categories that they're looking at the NHI, right? So you've got the district teams, you've got the system in terms of data management, and then you've got the issue of financing the health professionals. And I'm not sure if that would be necessarily useful to you, but I'm just bringing it to your attention to say there's different ways through which people are looking at the NHI. And I'm not sure if you're then saying you're interested in the whole aspect of it or the financing aspect of it, hence your subcategory. And then if you're looking at the financing, then out of those 8 categories, if you like, you could work more then on the issues that speak to benchmarking salaries, sourcing out medicines, rather than focusing on data management that has nothing to do with your research question. But that's just a simple suggestion. I'll leave it at that for now. Otherwise, lovely presentation, interesting question.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, one last thing.
Yes.
I would not be true to myself if I do not make a comment on methodology. Interviews, targeted medical aid, you still have to justify. Yes, discovery might be the biggest or whatever the case is, but it would be interesting to say why discovery and not Bonita and not the other BE that are emerging with all these different packages that are coming out of medical aids. But I think you still need to justify, and again, you could use the parliamentary submissions to make that case in terms of which interviews we'll be looking into. And again, it will be interesting to look closely in terms of your stratification. So who in discovery are you interviewing? How many in each of those institutions that you'll be looking into? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the comments. Medinah, would you like to respond to the comments?
I need to take these all into consideration and actually do further research at this point in time. And I think most importantly, in terms of the establishment, one of the questions, if I remember, was about what is meant by our infrastructure. I think that's in relation to the actual issues that are happening in the healthcare system. So I think what I'm also trying to establish at this point in time is whether the NHI is actually something that is needed right now, because we have problems such as lack of human resources and the likes in terms of the public health system. So it's just a question of what is happening versus what is being proposed. Is this really dealing with the issues at hand? Or is this just another policy to try remedy something that is not working in the government's favor at this point in time? Or should we say the lack of progress in developing the healthcare system up until this point?
Okay. Is there any other comment? Oh, I'm sorry. So maybe we can leave it here for now. And I think, yes, Medinah, we've been discussing that, I mean, the interest you're interested in the private sector needs to be really thought through in a careful way, right? And see maybe more, I mean, what is the impact that the NHI will have on it? What is the position of the private sector with regards to the NHI and what it means for the full delivery of this bill and universal health care. So maybe more looking really at the sort of private-public relationship and how it shapes the idea of the provision of universal services and in this case, healthcare. Okay, so I propose we have a 10-minute coffee break, if that's good for everyone, and we then move to the last 2 presentations for today. I guess is a yes. Okay, so we'll reconvene at 11:20 and we'll have 2 more presentations. Okay, thanks. Well, the Zoom link and everything will stay on anyways. So in 10 minutes, we'll start again with Joyleen. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Duka.
Thanks. Ready? Yes.
Do you want to just put a screensaver up?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll do it in 1 second.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, I'm gonna start with sharing the new presentation. And well, am I sharing it? Not really. Okay.
Yes, you are, Frederick.
Oh, I am? Okay,
Yes.
great. And I can't see it, so that's why I'm a bit...
Oh, okay.
Let me just see. Why am I not seeing the presentation that I'm sharing? Okay. Okay, now I see it. Can you see it? Can everyone see it?
Well, I can see it. I don't know about everyone else.
Okay, is everyone back? Can we start with the next presentation? I'm assuming we can. If yeah, okay. Let's start. Let's start.
Okay.
Okay, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I really appreciate the input. Yeah, please feel free to add or comment or give Federica anything that I need to correct. Well, my name is Joyleen Muponda, and I'm supervised by Dr. Federica. Next slide, please, Federica. Okay, okay, that's fine. Well, my topic is regional organizations. Well, I'm a master's student. Sorry. So my topic is regional organization. So the main focus is to examine the effectiveness of the Southern African Development Community protocols and policies to improving education and human development in the Southern African region, particularly South Africa and Zimbabwe. Next slide, please. I'm going to be talking about SADC in the introduction, a little bit about it for people who actually don't know it. Southern African Development Community is found in the Southern Hemisphere of Africa. It was founded in 1992, 14th August. It has 15 countries that are member states. Yes, and its goal is to further socio-economic cooperation and integration, as well as political and security cooperation among the 15 member states. SADC recognizes education and skills development as the human capital growth as essential to the economic development of the region. The Protocol of Education and the Skills Development was first established in 1997 and has been constantly reviewed to suit needs for different demographic purposes. Please, next slide. Okay. Despite the Southern African Development Community efforts to policy making and protocol education and training, the Southern African region still grapples with a huge gap in the education and training sector. It is very important to conduct this research for me because as I was looking at the Southern African Development Community documents, the official documents within their website, it showed me that member states have achieved significant progress in access and equity in primary education, and for some countries, secondary and tertiary education. But it is heartening to observe the significant growth in enrollment, higher education during the period of 2006 and 2011, even though the gross enrollment ratio for tertiary education is less than 6%. So there is low levels of participants in secondary education, translating to higher education. So there's less attention placed on secondary education, technical and vocational education, and training, and the higher education, So the region is struggling to achieve its goal of technical advancement and socio-economic development. So there's also a need to address education and human development inequality. There is need to investigate the effectiveness of the protocol and training policies per individual, per person, per nation, gender, and in the region as a whole. So high quality education improves the distribution of skilled workers, and state authorities can use this increased supply to build a fairer society in which all people, rich or poor, have equal opportunities, as it is now only the elites benefit from the quality education. Many individuals will not learn enough to acquire the basic skills needed to lead successful and productive lives, and to improve the personal development. Thus, the researcher sets me to set out to examine the effectiveness of the SADC protocols and policies to improve education and human development. Please, next slide. I'm sorry about that. I don't know if you can see the next slide. I'm actually realizing it now. I'm sorry. I'll read it very loudly. So the objectives of the research, to evaluate the effectiveness of the policy and protocols of the SADC in improving human development and education across all individuals in Zimbabwe and South Africa. So to examine the extent to which these protocols are being put to effect, and to examine the extent to which these protocols apply across all praxis within the scope of two nations, and to also trace the limitations of these protocols in addressing the educational and human development needed in the two nations. So I have research questions, which I see they're a bit much, but you guys were able to help me there. With my research questions, I would like to look at how effective is the SADC in improving educational and human development protocols and policies in Southern Africa, as exemplified by cases of Zimbabwe and South Africa. Also look at what factors account to the disparities in human development in the region, and to what extent is the SADC's policies and protocols effective in solving disparities in these sectors. Then are these regions applying the protocols, and to what extent? If not, what might be the factors hindering effectiveness to apply these protocols? Next slide, please. The significance of the study. I'll be looking at three of them: the community, government, SADC, and non-governmental organizations. Through community, the communities in both countries stand to benefit from the research findings, given that it reveals the plight of such communities in the face of social economic decline. It also brings light to the government and other local authorities. Then on the government and SADC, education given enough support by the government and the SADC can become a key economic and social venture that can sustain livelihood and create a better living standard. Technically and cognitive skills can be boosted as well for the purpose of competitiveness in industries, thus boosting the region's GDP. On the non-governmental organization, with this research, NGOs can benefit with the findings, as it gives a picture of the realities regarding to the crucial needs being overlooked by SADC in the development discourse that can be overlooked. Next slide, please. Okay. The literature review. In order to understand regionalism, we have to define it. Sorry. Well, it is a political ideology focusing on the development of a political or social system based on one or more region. And its importance is that it has been proven to make governments more efficient and effective. So I had to look at the post-colonial African states that have thrived in rebuilding the continent and addressing the effects of the colonial era. The continental engagements towards the integration gave birth to regional institutions such as the Economic Community of West African States, which is ECOWAS, and the Southern African Development Community, which is SADC. Then we have the Pan-African Dream by Kwame Nkrumah as the vision of amalgamation beyond the political borders created during the colonial era and overcoming underdevelopment through self-reliance as African states. Then also have to look at institutionalism. New institutionalism, broadly speaking, provides a framework which allows for an understanding of how context and history act through social structure to shape possibilities and constraints for action. Historical institutionalism is based on the understanding that policy choices made when an institution is being formed or when a policy is implemented will have a continuing and largely determined influence over the policy far into the future. Next slide, please. The Protocol on Education and Training Development in SADC identifies the areas of cooperation as follows: basic education, intermediate education and training, higher education and training, research and development, lifelong education, publishing and resources. Next slide. Well, within my research, I plan to use data collection through visiting like the Southern African Development Headquarters, which is very impossible at this moment. But which would have been very good for me to have an insight since I kind of know the person who works there, the Human Resources Development Secretariat there. Then also interviews with randomly selected communities in Zimbabwe and South Africa, which I was thinking in Zimbabwe would be Mbare, in South Africa would be Guguletu or Alexander, looking at those local communities. The various sampling techniques will be used to select respondents, and also the use of questionnaires. Site visits too will be conducted in the areas affected by the low human development and poor educational facilities to come up with the key information relating to the study. Then the research will be based on qualitative research methodology, and it relies on document reviews as well as part of data acquisition process. We'll also use multiple systems of inquiry for the study of human phenomena, including biography, case study, historical analysis, discourse analysis, and etc. And also I'll be looking at reviewing literature that has been published by other writers and researchers. The following is secondary data tools that will be used by the researcher, which is me, internet, official documents, such as the Protocol on Education and Training of 1997, which is found within the SADC website. Then next slide. But the plan, I wasn't really sure what the plan, by the term plan, but to my understanding, I think like the stages from the start to the end, what I'm going to be doing during the research. So I think first thing is to visit the places that I've said, if possible, if the pandemic lows down, then also conduct these interviews, which can be also through Skype or face-to-face, and conducting a budget as well on the expenses that I will encounter in conducting all these interviews and visiting places, and also knowing the duration of the project, the research, which my supervisor will be able to assist me on that. And thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thanks, Joyleen. Let's see if there's comments from the public.
Hello, Fede.
Yes, hi, Tachi.
Yeah, can I just come in briefly?
Sure.
I feel like this is an enormous project. Specifically, if you're looking at the protocols on human development and education, it would, at first glance, it sounds like it's more of a policy analysis kind of study. And then when you go in and to your methodology section, and you are doing multiple systems of inquiry, like human phenomena, including biography, case study, historical analysis, discourse analysis, ethnography, grounded theory, and phenomena, all these things, I feel like they are just too huge for a master's project.
Okay.
I don't know if you can try and narrow it down a little bit.
Okay.
And try and focus on a few things and a few methods that you can do, because you only have limited time to actually do research for a master's project. And I'm not even sure, I'm sure someone can come in on the objectives of the research as well. I felt like so wide and they need to be narrowed down, but I can't really, I'm not very conversed with this field, but I feel like it can also be narrowed down in terms of maybe, I don't know if we can unpack what aspects of human development you'll be looking at, what type of education you'll be looking at, or you're looking at it holistically. I'm not sure, but I feel like you can just narrow it down. I don't know what others think. Thank you.
Okay, just to add on to that, I think when I started my research, I wanted to cover two policies. Then I realized that the educational policy is very broad on its own. So I was actually thinking of looking at one policy, which is the educational policy as a whole, because with educational policy, you can look at different sectors as well. So just to answer to your statement on that, and on the methodology part, I'll look into it, and thank you with the input.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes.
Can I speak as public?
Yes, of course.
I don't know if I like that name. Anyway.
I don't know how.
It's okay, Fedi. Thank you so much, Joyleen, for your presentation. And can I just say something about the person who presented just before lunch, before tea, Medinah?
Yeah.
I was just wondering, I mean, it's not a question or suggestion. Like, now that we're in the moment that we're in, why is the whole research skirting the issue? Like, to use the COVID crisis or the COVID response by the government of South Africa as the lens through which to approach the question that she wants to address in terms of the NHI. But yeah, let me get back to this one on Joyleen.
Yeah.
Okay, so Joyleen, I was just Googling when you were talking. I was looking at the SDGs for higher education. I think it's SDG 17. There's something about higher education being related to SDGs 1, 3, 5, 8, 12, I don't know, 13, 16, blah, blah, blah. So, because I was saying to myself, SADC, what is the role of SADC? And one of its roles that I know for sure is to support the implementation of development goals and all policies or protocols coming from the global, sub-Saharan, and then in the region. That's what is SADC. It's a regional body So for me, as an implementer of top-down, what is its role specifically in Zimbabwe and South Africa that you want to look at? And one of the roles I know is like oversight. So I was trying to, by way of trying to help you to tighten and just filter out all the noise to say, to what extent is SADC, you know, executing this role of oversighting? But you were talking about higher education, but you've just made a different clarification now, which kind of which makes my comment redundant, because I was going to ask, what do you mean by higher education? Is it as in university and tertiary, or beyond primary? Because there is a lot of work and investment that has been put into it's a UN goal. I think it was a millennium goal, the basic primary education goal. It was not like a localized thing. That's why I was referring you to the source of the gap, because you started by saying something about universal primary education, and then beyond that, there was now your question. So that's why I took us back to the global protocols. So, but from what I know about SADC, people will hear me out, and I work mostly in the land sector. It's not one of the most sexy institutions by way of performance, effectiveness, blah, blah, blah. But that's important to know, because I tried to engage them on something another time, and it was just impossible. I think it was kind of it's the way that it functions, but maybe it was some time ago. Things have moved along, like you said, you know, somebody else. And then I saw something on your, I think it was one of your interviews you were saying. And again, I go back to the issue of protocols. There are players beyond governments that have an important and quite visible role to play in ensuring that SADC observes some of these protocols that you're questioning. And some of them include the civil society organization. There's quite a strong SADC civil society organization, which has a side meeting every time SADC is having a meeting. And specifically in education sector, they're like teachers union, and especially on issues of protocols, you find that every government is obliged to produce a status report on some of these protocols. And sometimes when government fails, or sometimes the reason government will produce some of these reports is because of the role that CSOs play. And sometimes when government fails, the CSOs produce their own report, and or the CSOs produce an alternative report. And I'm saying these things because I'm thinking that there is a specific something tangible that we can begin to focus on, like this kind of reporting structures, but specifically on the sector that you are interested in. But that is just a kind of a suggestion. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I think Norma is also raised their
Thanks,
hand.
Fede.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Joyleen. I'll just add to what my colleagues have shared, touching on what Tachi started on. I could be misunderstanding, but you're focusing on the education and training policy, the 1997 one. And so obviously in your literature review, that would also be useful in terms of how that came about, tied to the broader global goals in terms of the UN and what then became the SADC position. I'm sure you've done that in the lengthy in the lengthy proposal. But if you look closely in terms of just the contents of that protocol, there's so much that it's really massive what you're trying to do. And perhaps a suggestion would be, because you're interested in new institutionalism, maybe it would be Chapter 4, Article 11, which specifically looks into the institutional arrangements. And this is also tied to what Gaino is suggesting, to say, are you also interested in terms of monitoring and tracking, in a sense, in terms of the shadow reports from civil society? Are you taking a somewhat evaluative approach that says, you know, to what extent have all these other things been adhered to? And again, you need to clarify what you are talking about, because there's basic education, there's higher education, there's also the specific institutions between Zimbabwe and South Africa, if you're just looking at basic education that you need to consider. So it seems quite massive. So my sense would be try and clarify what specifically you're interested in terms of the protocol, and maybe not do so much of an evaluative approach to it, because I imagine that already exists in terms of policy tracking. But then you try to have narrow it down in terms of which education sector and what institutional arrangements are you interested in. Is it monitoring it? Is it implementation? Or are you looking at some other barrier or enablers approach? What is it essentially that you're interested in? We know that there are improvements, for example, with regards to quality, if you like, in terms of whether literacy or whatever the issue is, if you're comparing the two countries. Are you looking at performance? Are you looking at the institution? Are you looking at access? There's more young girls in schools in basic education than 15 years ago. So what is it essentially that you're interested in education, and which aspect of it, which sector of it, and what dynamics are you interested in? And this, of course, will also clarify your methodology. So, for example, in one of your slides, you talk about the individual, the nation, the gender. That might be quite a lot, unless you're willing to just footnote that, looking at secondary education, looking at a particular 5-year cohort, and say, here's a snapshot in terms of gender, nationality, and all of that. And again, why do we need to know that between Zimbabwe and South Africa? Why Zimbabwe and South Africa? Why not Malawi? Why not Tanzania? What's there to compare between Zimbabwe and South Africa? But also, if you're looking at, and I'm not sure if you're comparing as such, but again, it's the logic of justifying your sample. You mentioned local authorities. What does that even mean? Are you talking school governing bodies? Are you talking teachers? Are you talking district officials? Are you talking provincial? Are you talking Council of Higher Education? Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
So local authorities, clarify that. Guguletu and Mbare, why Mbare? Why Guguletu? Why the Xhosas? Why the Xhosas? Why not Limpopo? So all of those things need to be taken into account. I agree with what Tachi said. The idea of multiple systems, you can't do that, Sisi. There's no way you can do biography, case study, grounded theory. There you really need to sit and decide. If you're doing a biography, that's fine. Biography of who? The teachers, the policymakers, the people who were there from the beginning. In terms of the technocrats, who are you interested? There's nothing wrong with biography. That would be interesting in terms of looking at institutional arrangement. But then you also have to say, what's the logic of it? Life histories of teachers can tell us amazing things about the education system, but they sit very much less outside the institutional arrangement, if that's what you're interested in. But there is a way to go about it. Again, you need to justify. But my sense would be, just be clear. Who are the local authorities? What site? It's not enough to say South Africa, Guguletu. It's not enough to say multiple systems. But I think you're onto something there around institutional arrangement, even though you haven't clarified it. I suggest you drop the idea of human development, because it just adds another layer. And yes, back to what Tachi said, your objectives are quite too many. So maybe go back to the protocol and try and pin it, which of these aspects of it that you're interested in.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate the input.
Toko's got a raised hand.
Thank you. Hi, Joyleen. Thank you for your presentation. I did enjoy it. I like SADC discussions and issues. I just want to emphasize what Noma and Gaynor have said, but from a different angle. So firstly, I would also like you to, maybe this will come in the research proposal, but I would also like you to justify why South Africa and Zimbabwe, because I find that when we talk about SADC, we like to use these two countries. So I'm just curious, because I think that maybe there's a lot that is underexplored in other SADC countries. So maybe in your proposal, if you can just justify that a bit more, even if it's because you have more access to those countries, that's also okay. But the second issue, which also goes back to methodology and specifically what Gaynor said about oversight. When you compare two countries, you're starting to move into comparative politics. And sometimes you have to give, a basis for comparing or reason for comparing those two countries, right? And so what that leads to when you follow the logic of that is that sometimes you will find that in one country, there may be stronger or weaker institutions, stronger or weaker adherence to bodies such as SADC or to the UN or to World Health Organization for very, very specific reasons. And so, and that comes back to why are you comparing these two countries? Because you might find there's another SADC country that might be implementing whatever you choose to look at, better than these two countries. So I think you should bear that in mind, because at least when I've done research, when I interview people in government and SA, they'll say, we do this, we do that, these are our laws, our regulations, our institutions, this is what, we've already laid the groundwork for. And then much, much later, they'll say, oh, yes, and by the way, it conforms to SADC regulations or protocols, etc., as if it's just a byword, as if to say, but we already have certain things in place. And that also speaks to why they feel SADC is just this body, on the side, and why maybe another country in SADC might be trying to conform more strictly to SADC, maybe because they lean on it for more guidance. So I think the oversight issue might be, a stronger issue to draw on, where you might find SADC people saying to you that, well, this country conforms more, this country doesn't, and we think these are the reasons, which I think will also be interesting, apart from just looking at who's or how these things are being implemented. And I think that speaks more to institutions.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the input.
Okay, thanks. I think, all of the comments that have been raised are comments that we've been discussing over this past month. So I'm not really, justify. So
especially for the why Zimbabwe and South Africa, you've been really stressing about that.
It's been like a constant sort of thing, and also the role of SADC, right? And and you can, what's oversight, implement, and what is really the leverage as a regional organization that has got on the national sort of countries. Would you like to give any extra other response or comment, Joyleen? Or?
Well, at this point, no, I've literally jotted down all the notes, and I really appreciate the input that other guys have given me. We'll look into it.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks. Okay, so let's move to the last presentation of today. It's Paul. Let me share the screen, and which starts from the end. Paul, you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So, please.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for coming to this presentation. My name is Paul Nkofo from the Kingdom of Lesotho. My background is in environmental sciences, but I changed field to this social sciences field. So my first topic has changed, but I'm still working on this one. It is still work in progress. I have not even met my supervisor yet. I have the first meeting with my supervisor on Thursday, and my supervisor has changed. I realized this morning that my supervisor has also changed. And the topic, as you can see on the screen, is land reform in post-apartheid South Africa, a historical evaluation of the Department of Land Affairs. Next slide, please. Well, I'll give a brief background. There was a little bit of confusion in terms of the 10-minute presentation as to how much how much one can be able to cram into these 10 minutes. As we all know, South Africa emerged from a bitter history in the past characterized by colonialization and apartheid systems.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And
Okay.
on the eve of democracy, it was agreed that one key legacy of the past was the massively unequal land distribution within the citizens of South Africa. And land reform, therefore, was identified as a key program by the incoming democratic government. Next slide, please. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. So soon after the 1994 election, an ambitious program of land reform began to be implemented in South Africa, which is characterized by land restitution, land redistribution, and land tenure reform. Restitution was meant to give back land to the people of South Africa, from which land was taken by the past forces of apartheid and colonialism. And redistribution was mainly to redistribute land to those South Africans who do not have land, either for residential or agricultural purposes. And the tenure reform was meant for security in terms of land ownership. The Department of Land Affairs was established and charged with the responsibility of implementing the land reform program. And over the years, as some of you know more than I do on this topic, over the years, that department has changed from the Department of Land Affairs into several other departments. But what is important is that presently it is the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Next slide, please. The report of the Presidential Advisory Panel on Land Reform and Agriculture points to the insufficiency and confusion regarding institutional arrangements for land and agrarian reform in South Africa. Maybe this might also explain why 26 years into democracy, South Africa is still battling with the land reform issue, which has recently aroused a lot of row in media, reaching even beyond the borders of South Africa, with Donald Trump making some comments. Next slide, please. Okay, I tried to work around the following research question. What are the institutional factors that have resulted in present-day outcomes of land reform, which is characterized by redistribution, restitution, and tenure, with reference to the Department of Land Affairs in South Africa? Then there are sub-questions. How has the mandate of the Department of Land Affairs been articulated and institutionalized over time? How has institution building been approached in terms of appointment processes? Are the land reform outcomes seen today linked with the approach to building bureaucracies that have been taken since 1994? In other words, is what we see in terms of delivering the mandate of land reform, has it got anything to do with how the bureaucracies have been built in the department? Next slide, please. Okay, when it comes to literature review, I was a bit confused here, but I'm glad that I've got a panel of experts that are going to give an input onto this. Palmer et al. State that land reform has a long history spanning almost 21 centuries. In fact, he depicts that land reform is a phenomenon that started in 133 BCE, before the Common Era, and some call it before Christ. Given the long history of the phenomenon, accompanied by its global embracing, land reform has resulted in multivariate experiences more than any other global land agenda. Bandio Padel in 1996 argues that many reform efforts are introduced by the ruling authority in order to gain support of the agrarian population while ensuring their interim stability of their political status. Next slide, please. Land reforms have seized land, expropriated it with and without fair compensation, purchased it through the market, nationalized it, and privatized it, according to Palmer et al. Every reform is comprised of two important parts. The normative, which is dealing with the ideology of reform, which is often translated into a policy by the reformers, and the empirical, dealing with the execution of reform, including the machinery of implementation and reorganization of post-reform agrarian sector, which is quite relevant to what I'm going to do in terms of assessing the Department of Land Affairs. Next slide, please. In South Africa, the current constitutionally endorsed land reform program came as a result of a change of regime from apartheid to democracy in 1994. Several studies on South African land reform focus on evaluation of the success of the program, such as links in a master's thesis in 2011 from the University of the Western Cape. Institutional arrangements, as in the paper by Klopas and Pienaar in 2014, theories of land reform and their impact on the program, as in the study conducted by Hall et al. In 2019, and Obeying or Doom in 2011. Next slide, please. This study is based on historical evaluation of the department charged with land reform in South Africa from 1994 to 2019, could be to 2020. Organizational assessment is the logical route meant for attaining valid information about the performance of an organization and the factors affecting performance. That is according to Lustos et al. In 2002. Well, I'm taking this because I understand that in assessing the historical evolution of the Department of Land Affairs, I would also need to apply a framework, an assessment framework that is based perhaps on indicators as to how this department has been performing throughout the years, linking that to discharge of its land reform mandate. Next slide, please. Methodology. Well, the research design is a case study focusing on institutional evolution and function of the department charged with land reform responsibilities in South Africa from 1994 to date. According to Strati 2000, case study research focuses on various aspects of a single organizational context or on a smaller number of organizational settings, such as a department, a whole organization, or an inter-organizational network. This study includes both qualitative and quantitative aspects. Next slide, please. Well, access to field. In terms of accessing field, I'm relying much on the expertise of PARI, who have already been doing research and they have connection with the various people in the department. But according to Strategy 2000, he argues that this is a difficult but important phase because it may even result with a substantial change to the research design. That means if the issues of access to field are difficult, one may need to change the route of the research. In this study, access to site and documents, including archival materials, will be had through the assistance of PARI, as I've said. Next slide, please. Data collection. The use of institutional documents is central to this study. I think this is because due to the corona, I was a bit confused here because I didn't know whether it would be possible to do field work or just concentrate on a desktop study. For the purposes of this study, departmental minutes, annual reports, audit reports, documentaries, television interviews, archive materials will be important sources of data. And this will be used to answer certain indicators that I will have developed in terms of the performance of the department. Secondary data will be collected using desktop methods. Next slide, please. This slide speaks to data analysis. Collected data will be classified, coded, and categorized into themes. Organizational assessment will be undertaken following a framework by Lustos et al. 2002. The framework focuses on measuring organizational performance, understanding the organizational external environment, determining organizational motivation, and examining organizational capacity. Next slide, please. Okay, the work plan is not on this slide. It's provided separately as an Excel document.
Yeah, it's fine. I think we can keep it, right? Or do you think you wanna? Huh?
No. I think you can keep it.
I can put it.
You can keep it.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah, you can keep the work plan, but if you have any comments on the work plan, you can send me those comments.
Sure. No problem. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I would like to have as much comments as possible on this one because my background is really not in land reform, but the reason why I was interested to do research in land reform is because it is not far-fetched from the environmental fields that I've been working on. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Thank you. Let's start with a round of comments or reflections. Anyone?
Hi, can I kick off? It's Mbongiseni.
Hi, Mbongiseni.
Oh, hello.
Hi guys, sorry I wasn't able to join earlier. I was in another meeting the whole morning. So I'm the elusive supervisor. I'm going to start by saying I think you are on to some very good questions, but some very big ones. the project design overall, I think, is an absolutely critical one. The funny thing is that you and I are actually working on the same project. I'm doing almost precisely the same project on a different timeline. So, which will be good that we get to work together. The question of the land reform program in South Africa and the institutional side of why it has performed the way it has is something that's received very little attention. There are a lot of passing comments, a lot of them buried deep in a lot of much bigger reports that have been produced. So one of which you've referred to, which is the Mutlante panel, the other one, the Presidential Advisory Panel. And prior to that, of course, I don't know if you've looked at that one, the Mutlante panel, where Parliament did a review of legislation that was passed in the first 20 years of democracy and its effects. So that's another critical report. But there's a bunch of other evaluation reports that have been done over the years that nobody has paid any attention to.
Hello? Yes,
yes, can you hear me?
Not stopping you. There is also this one, the diagnostic report on land reform in South Africa by the University of the Western Cape, I think.
Yes, yeah. So there are a bunch of those reports that I think have made some interesting diagnoses, mostly in passing and focus on other factors. And they've mostly just ended up on shelves on in somebody's office somewhere, and have never been taken seriously. So that's the first comment, that I think the project is absolutely timely, and it's precisely focusing on the kind of thing that I think we know least about when it comes to the land reform program in South Africa. I'll make one other comment and then I'll stop and come back later. So in terms of the questions, and Federica, can you just put up those questions for us on the screen, if you don't mind?
Sure. Let me go back. Here, yes.
Okay, before I get to the questions, let me just say, I think, again, also, the kind of literature that you're beginning to look at is going in an interesting direction. It's allowing you a very good focus on the institutional side. Looking at these questions, okay, let me make 2 points. One is, I think the questions themselves are pretty good, but I'm curious to, I'm not sure, but for myself also, I'm facing the same kind of question, which is questions like, if you look at the first question, how has the mandate been articulated and institutionalized over time? The question of where do you find the evidence to look at that is one that's facing me as well. And so I'm just wondering then that to look at 1994 to 2019, it might actually be quite a tall order for a project of this nature, because you're going to face very serious data challenges. And so I suspect that, and I've been bogged down with this as well myself, that you will get bogged down quite a bit, just trying to piece together very short time periods. And so this is a very ambitious timeline that you are working with, and it might be better actually to think about cutting it up into different chunks and working at it in that way. But that's something you and I can discuss in our meeting. There was another point that I was going to make. I've lost it for now. Okay, let me stop there for now. I'll come back later.
Okay, thanks, Mugisani. Is there any other comments?
Hello?
Yes?
Apologies to Chepo. Oh,
Paul.
I'm the one half of the elusive supervisor. So I've not had access to this what you presented, but it's a big leap from where you were before. So I appreciate the efforts that you have put into doing this. And like Bongiseni says, it overlaps a lot with what we're doing in the LEARN program, which is one way that the students that we in the LEARN sector are supervising have tried. It's a strategy that we've tried to use to help our students confront this issue of the COVID-related logistical challenges and the funding challenges that the students are having. For now, I would also support what Bongiseni had said, that much as the two are overlapping, and because you've got different time frames, obviously, you will have to focus on something that you can chew and digest within the time frame of your submission. And I would even go so far as to pick methodology for you. It's up to the topic that you end up picking. I would go for the life histories, because I think that's about how much field work in inverted commas you can do without actually getting into contact with people. But it would have to be some kind of onerous back and forth phone calls. But yeah, I'm excited looking at this, and I will also make more comments on the written proposal that you've made. Thank you.
Thanks, Gaynor.
Thank you.
Paul, would you like to respond, or do you have any comments or reflections?
Thank you very much to Dr. Gaynor and Dr. Bongiseni. As Dr. Gaynor has just mentioned about life histories, I was also thinking about the life histories methods as I was going through the methods, but I reserved to discuss this once I have a meeting with the supervisor.
Okay.
But anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks. Thanks. So let's start with Monique. And so if you could just put your camera on for a few seconds and introduce yourself, and then put it off and move forward with the presentation. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Monique Atounguia, and my question is, what are the drivers of meaningful reforms and implementation in the area of youth inclusion in African governance? I'll share my screen so that you can see the PowerPoint. Can everybody see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is the question. What are the drivers of meaningful reforms and implementation in the area of youth inclusion in African governance? Which is, yeah, basically that's just a short explanation, but the question will be guided by a case study of 3 countries that have shown varying degrees of success in terms of reforms. So that's Rwanda, Morocco, and Nigeria. So just some background and context to the question. Essentially, Africa's an exceptionally young continent, and the demographics are really striking. According to the UN, 19 of the world's 20th youngest countries are on the continent. And we are experiencing a youth bulge now, but that's also just set to continue. So yeah, the continent will remain young for at least the next 30 years. And it varies according to source, but the median age tends to be around 19 years, as opposed to the rest of the world, which is between 30 and 40 as the median age. So yeah, these are just some statistics to give a sense of the context behind the question. So what is striking about these demographics is that even though the continent is exceptionally young, its leadership remains persistently old. So even though only 3% of the continent's population are over the age of 65, the average age of an African head of state is actually 77. So the gap between leaders and the people that they govern, so the governed and the governed, is actually almost as large as the average life expectancy. So it's huge. The gap is really, really wide. And I mean, the other thing is that a lot of these leaders tend to stay in power for a very, very long time as well. So that gap really is large in terms of values, in terms of experience, in terms of understanding. The politics is really, the divide between the politics is really big. Yeah, so that's just what makes the question really important, in asking why there's been such a lag between leadership in terms of age. So it's not that this has never been addressed. It has been addressed in a number of key African Union documents, and before that in a number of international documents, especially by the UN, and the World Bank even has addressed this question. But nowhere has it been more explicitly addressed than in the African Youth Charter, which was signed in 2006. And basically the Youth Charter, it's quite a holistic document, but it enshrines the rights, duties, and freedoms of African youth. And it specifically, with regards to my question, it prioritizes the constructive involvement of youth in the development agenda of Africa, which is kind of referred to as the Africa 2063 agenda document, and also their effective participation in debates and decision-making processes. So while this document has been ratified, I mean, the process of ratification was really, really slow, but it has been ratified by almost all member states. There is still a real commitment that is lacking. And in terms of ratification, it's actually not that clear what is expected once you have ratified. What is expected of you as a member state in terms of your commitment to the Charter. But more than this, there are no real metrics for, so besides there being an implicit understanding that the African Union will be the watchdog, ensuring that the Charter is being carried out, which that's explicit in the Charter, but there's no real metrics for successful implementation. So the language is quite vague in the Charter. So I can imagine that it would be quite difficult to actually ensure that countries are carrying out what is stipulated in the Charter anyway. So yeah, so back to the question. So the 3 countries that have been selected as case studies were chosen because they actually are showing evidence of success. And it's their approaches have been very different. So in Rwanda, there's been a really interesting and quite holistic approach, which is the youth mainstreaming approach. And yeah, I mean, there's success both at very high levels and at lower levels. So Rwanda has one of the youngest governments on the continent, and they've also implemented youth quota systems and internship programs that are actually really working, as opposed to in other places where the same programs have been implemented. And it seems like the reason that Rwanda is having this kind of success is that they have really strong political will to actually see these reforms through. And then in Nigeria, there's 2 kinds of broad change that is happening. One is from the ground up, which is This movement, I'm sure many of you have heard of it, the Not Too Young to Run campaign, which was successful in actually lowering age barriers for electoral candidates. But it's still an ongoing movement. And then the other is more of a kind of country and donor relationship shift over time, in which this special advisory role, which is very prominent in the UK and was introduced through DFID and the World Bank and some other donor organizations at various levels of government in Nigeria to kind of protect investment and ensure good governance and that kind of thing. And then Morocco is interesting because it kind of represents the shift happening in North Africa after the Arab Spring. And they, after the new constitution was introduced, there was a lot more progressive and explicit rights stated for young people, institutionalizing youth participation and also establishing new bodies for youth participation. One of the things that is the most striking in this is the parallel youth government, which is essentially an organization that mimics the government of Morocco. So it has the same number of ministers. The youth ministers shadow the national ministers. They get to put forward proposals. Some of them have been accepted. So it's quite a progressive and really interesting case study. So the question, looking at these three countries, the question is, given that the same conditions largely exist across the rest of the continent, i.e. the striking demographics, the high youth unemployment, increasing kind of political pressure from the margins with young people, high corruption levels, unequal development, all these things are actually quite common in many other African countries. The question that's begged is why have these countries been able to introduce reforms and implement them successfully as opposed to other countries? So looking at the 3 case studies, the question is what have been the key drivers of change in those countries? What have the obstacles been for progressive reformers? Yeah, that's just a series of kind of the line of questioning to unpack what has driven reform, and also to analyze what the role of the African Union has actually been, and also the nascent African Union Office of the Youth Envoy, which was only introduced a couple of years ago, largely modeled on the United Nations Youth Envoy. And yeah, her mandate is also quite broad. So kind of analyzing what the role of that body has been, what the role of this new office is, and how these two things, how the drivers and this organization are interacting. So in terms of the literature, there isn't much on youth inclusion in African governance, and especially in terms of the progressive reforms that we're seeing. But there is quite a bit on kind of critiques of the African Union development ideology and strategy. And then there's 1 or 2 authors that have written a few articles on kind of critiquing, you know, a lot of the legal and normative frameworks and their failure to address youth, and also the different youth structures that have collapsed, all but collapsed, in the African Union over the past 20 years. So there's a little bit on that. And then part of the literature review will also look at the history of the African Union and its development agenda, and also its relationship with kind of global bodies, because there is, as I mentioned, with the United Nations having a youth envoy and then it later being introduced in the African Union as well, there is some kind of isomorphism in kind of development thinking, regional development thinking. And then in terms of a theoretical framework, there's no one theoretical framework to consider in this question, but there is quite a bit of literature on policy reform, as well as multilateralism. And there isn't much on multilateralism on the continent, but it's, you know, a lot of the theory can be applied. And then, yeah, and then obviously the literature on the case studies. So, yeah. And then in terms of the methodology, it will largely be qualitative. So the investigations base will be a number of policy documents, so the African Union policy documents, as well as those of the country case study, where they exist. Because, for example, with the special advisory roles, there really isn't. It's not actually a role that's been put down in policy anywhere. It's almost kind of ad hoc based on the minister or the that particular term. So it's largely reliant on the appointee and also the funder. But yes, where there's policy, that will be the base. And then obviously the academic literature and accompanying theoretical frameworks will really guide the analysis. And then I would like to do some semi-structured interviews with some members of the Office of the Youth Envoy, as well as a number of kind of influential people within each country case study, which I've had contact with them before through my work. So so that shouldn't be too difficult. So the plan would be that I obviously need to carry out more desktop research, and then I think the interviews are the next most urgent thing, and then the write-up. So yeah, don't know if anyone has any questions.
Yes, thanks, Monique. Let's do like we did yesterday. Let's open it up for comments or questions on the presentation, or maybe clarification on some of the points regarding the question, the case studies, the choice of the case studies. Are there any questions?
Morning, Ron. Hi, Fede.
Yes, hi, Noma. Good morning.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Monique. I just have 3 points of clarity. So it's interesting that you're using the term youth inclusion instead of participation. And I'm not sure if it necessarily matters, but it seems as if you're also speaking from the African Youth Charter. And again, browsing through the charter, there's so many categories to it. There's the element of decision making. There's the element of also the youth being beneficiaries. And also in thinking through your 3 case studies, in one of the countries, the youth are more positioned as protesters. So what I'm trying to get at is, as a first comment, is to say, how far have you thought about the inclusion versus participation, and what does that speak to in terms of what you're interested in? Because these 3 countries in terms of youth expression speak to completely different things. I'm thinking more decision making because of governance and policy reform, but it could be also about something else. That's the first point. The second one is around methodology. where you're referencing that you'll be doing desktop and you'll be looking at the national policy documents, I think it will also be interesting there to refine it a little bit more to say, what are you looking into? For example, other countries might be interested in terms of youth participation in agriculture and land, whereas others might be interested in terms of party political presentation in parliament. So as you look at national policy, again, what are the parameters? Where are you ring-fencing this category that you're wishing to explore in trying to make sense of this inclusion or participation? And this is also tied to the last point. Fine, you'll go through the national policy, desktop research and all of that. But when you're looking at policy reform, again, which area are you interested in? So maybe I'm simplifying it, but I'm trying to understand where you're locating this youth as quote unquote change makers, decision making, beneficiaries, or throughout the entire spectrum. I mean, you have justified the countries that you've chosen, but at the same time, it's still not so clear. Why Morocco and not Libya? Why Nigeria and not Cameroon? Because in Cameroon, there's an article I just found now that is asking a similar question in terms of African youth participation, where it's been a long-standing conversation. So it'd be interesting to say why you chose these three. And it seems quite a massive task also. So I'm not sure if you're also trying to compare them or you're trying to give us a catalogue of youth visibility in governance, but through which categories? I'm not sure if that makes sense, but thank you for your presentation.
So the reason that I used the term inclusion, youth inclusion, is because it's the language, it's a lot of the language that's used by the African Union, and B, there is the sense that that youth are excluded in that there are real barriers to participation. And so because participation also implies that, so to go back to the Nigerian case study, for example, yes, there was on the ground activism, and that was kind of you know, like young people protesting at the margin, but then they eventually, Iago began to partner with state legislators, and they had a sponsor for the bill, somebody who was actually within parliament. And so I think why youth inclusion is a better fit is that it's not that young people aren't participating in politics, whether it is on the fringes or in more formal politics. It's that there are visible and real barriers to their participation. So it's there are political barriers, and there are economic barriers, there are cultural barriers. And so the question of youth inclusion is that the reforms need to actually break down those barriers. Like, the reforms need to find ways to meaningfully allow young people to move into different levels of government. And so that, you know, that can be, it can be like broad electoral politics. It can be moving through the ranks of government. It can be through appointments, very high level appointments, but the fact remains that there are very high barriers that prevent that kind of inclusion. And so it's like similar to thinking about the way we think about gender inclusion and gender kind of gender affirmative action, which many African countries actually have real policies to advance that kind of reform and that kind of real inclusion. So I don't know if that answers the question, and I think there was more than one question.
No. Sorry, Monique, hold that thought. You just excited me there. You mentioned gender. The reason I'm pushing you a little bit, I mean, thank you for your response. I take your point that it comes from the language and all of that, but I was trying to signpost the power dynamics into it. So the idea that if you're thinking about inclusion, the state inclusion, then you're more or less touching on issues around recognition or appealing to the state, if you like. Whereas if you're talking about participation, then it takes a different form of power dynamics. So that's what I was trying to signal. So of course, you might have a very patriarchal conservative state that is trying to be gender inclusive using affirmative action, but how that materializes does not necessarily deal with the power imbalances, but it becomes a democratic exercise of just saying we recognize that there's gender inequalities. So that was just the tiny bit I wanted to push on to say, yes, there is the language and the frameworks, but are you aware in terms of, you know, the power, or rather the subject positioning of the youth in that linguistic form?
I think if you look at the literature, the other issue with using participation as opposed to inclusion is that it does put the onus on young people. Like, well, young people need to show up, young people aren't showing up, which is not true, because there is strong evidence to show that young people have been participating in politics for a very long time and asking for reforms. I mean, these are not the only countries where there's been this on the ground activism where young people are asking for barriers to be lowered. They're asking to have greater representation. These are not, of course, the only examples of that. But what makes these three countries interesting is that they have actually managed to implement really progressive reforms for the continent. So, and very different reforms as well. And the approaches have been very different. So the reason that I selected these three countries and the reason why I think it's interesting to compare them is that there are clearly very different drivers. And my feeling is that the African Union and this charter is not actually driving change, which is, you know, I think that's a big problem because that's what the charter is meant to do. And I think part of the reason the charter isn't driving change is because there are no real metrics. There seems to be no, the African Union as a body doesn't, beyond rhetoric, doesn't actually seem that invested in the youth development agenda and also in youth inclusion, because those are also two different things. And their youth structures that they've set up are completely ineffectual, which is largely the reason why this Office of the Youth Envoy was introduced. But her mandate is so broad, and also, you know, there's so much. She's actually overburdened to everything that is expected of her. Even if she was just expected to carry out the objectives of the charter, that is really way too much for one person. And all of the people in her office are all volunteers, just to give you a sense of kind of the lack of commitment of the AU. So it's like a lack of commitment by the AU. And yeah, okay, I think let me stop. Yeah, don't know if anybody else has any other questions.
Hi, Monique, it's me, Faith. I'm not too sure, how are you?
Fine, how are you, Faith?
Fine. I'm not too sure if I missed it because my connection was a little bit bad while you were presenting. But in this study, will you unpack the dimensions of youth inclusion? I know you said that there are social, economic, cultural, and other barriers, but what dimensions are you looking at?
So I think that's also another reason why the case studies are interesting, because they allow you to see the different kind of levels and dimensions. So for example, the Not Too Young to Run campaign is really interesting because initially the campaign was about lowering the age limits and the minimum age requirements to run for office, like electoral office, so electoral politics. And they were successful, the bill was passed. But then they realized that the nomination fees were so much, the nomination fees and the campaign fees were so much that they have taken on a whole new campaign, which is about the socioeconomic aspect of, you really can't expect a young person to, I mean, just lowering the age has actually seen, I think, a 20% rise in young candidates, but the problem is that the high nomination fees means that you need generally an older, richer sponsor. So the Nigerian example gives an interesting kind of popular politics, electoral politics example of those barriers. And then the other example, so the Moroccan example is a lot more about youth civic engagement. So how do you create and institutionalize a culture of formal political engagement with young people, and a formal structure that moves from the national to the provincial to the local? They've actually institutionalized that, and if it's functioning well, that can really institutionalize a very broad a very broad culture of civic engagement, especially for young people. And then the Rwandan example is interesting because they have taken this approach across government, which is essentially a way to think about how to bring young people into government. So not necessarily expecting that young people must move into government through popular politics, but how do you change the actual nature of government? So how do you bring in and keep and this is, I think, the key question, how do you retain young people in government? And so their approach has been really interesting because they have really worked across departments to see where young people would be most beneficial to the system, to the bureaucracy, and then institutionalizing that over like a really, really impressive so like, for example, one of the things that the Rwandan government said is that we would like a lot more young people supporting the state in a legal aspect, and we would like a lot more young people in government to support us through our ICT development. And then what they did is they said, okay, well, let's take this to the Department of Education, and we're going to give them a lot more money for scholarships in law and scholarships in IT-related degrees. And then part of that scholarship is that you work back your time in government, but then also they have these really successful internship programs in which you are placed. You can also be placed in the private sector, but you can also be placed in the public sector. And you get a mentor when you're placed in government, and somebody will follow up with you after 6 months. And there's a database. They keep a database of everybody who's worked through the system, so that the state learns to kind of draw on young people as a pool, which is really interesting because so in terms, I mean, I know that there are a lot of dimensions and it is a big question, but the case studies are helpful because you can see in really practical ways kind of how different countries have successfully tried to bring young people in to governance, and there are different levels, which is interesting.
Thank you. It was a good presentation. I just want to follow up on the first question that was asked. Do you think I'm also asking it for myself, like just for my own research. Do you think that you will explore your research around like a theme or in terms of your methodology, where I wasn't quite sure on that?
Like in terms of what is guiding the question?
Almost more refined, yeah. So what does youth inclusion look like in, I don't know, like agriculture, or is it, are you the case study quite broad?
So I think it's about governance, and okay, I know that seems really broad, but yeah, it's because there are so few young people in African governments. These, like, thinking about how you can bring in young people and then keep them there, I think is an interesting question. And yeah, I don't think it has to be specific. So like the case studies are interesting because they look at different means of getting into government.
Okay.
But the African Charter speaks about this broad youth participation. Young people need to be part of their development. They need to be part of the part of African development, and they need to be part of the decision-making processes that are going to shape their futures, but it doesn't say how. So it's, you know, what's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I answered the question.
Oh, you did. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I go?
Okay, can I ask one quick question? Mbongiseni here.
Okay, I'll go after Mbongiseni.
So Monique, thank you for your presentation. I think an absolutely fascinating project, but I want to ask the slightly ungenerous question that everybody else should be asked. I think this applies to everybody actually who's doing a thesis, which is the so what question. I'm not sure whether you answered this because I missed your part of your presentation and I had to take an urgent call. But what is this project trying to tell us? I mean, really the question is ultimately, once you've reached your findings, so what? I mean, what is the bigger picture that this study is trying to contribute to? Are you trying to say something about how the African Union should operate differently? Are you trying to say something about any particular country? Yeah, that's the bigger question for everybody.
I don't know if I should answer or take the other question.
No, let's take the other question and then you answer, because we also need to move to the next presentation. But let's take another question.
Okay, this is Gaynor. I'm not making a question as such, just a whole lot of suggestions and kind of helping you think through this. Thank you for your presentation. I think it's interesting, especially the scale, because it moves us from the local government that we were so obsessed with yesterday. My first kind of comment was about when you look at those regional and intercontinental instruments, they all go through this process of ratification, implementation, monitoring, blah, blah, blah. And actually, by themselves, just questioning that process, to what extent have governments ratified or implemented or reported on, they're already their own project alone. So that's kind of a suggestion of how you can cut down. And then you seem to also be implying something about oversight mechanisms of the AU, I think, protocols. So that's another question or something. Then you referred to this not too young to run campaign that they're running. And I know specifically that also the non-state sector had something to do with that kind of campaign in Nigeria, specifically an organization called one.org. So you may want to go to their website and read a lot more about their role in that. And then the question keeps coming back, and I'm going to say it as well. Youth where? Youth in elections, youth in agriculture, youth in land governance, I don't know, youth in health. It's just, I think it cannot be overemphasized that there's a need to pick down. I mean, yes, you insist that it's governance, then maybe you need to break down your governance and make some painful choices. And then in terms of your unit of analysis, you're not clear. Are you going to have multiple ones? Continental, regional, and then you do this country level. Are you talking about Rwanda, Morocco, Nigeria? And then sometimes when you're having your discussion, I also heard you making some references to like local government. So you need to be clear about what is your unit of analysis. And then in terms of institutions to target and help you along, you do know that there's a Pan-African Parliament here, which the parliamentarians come every so often, every quarter, I think, and you can actually engage with them and get access to all those MPs from Rwanda and all those. I'm not sure, but I think the Pan-African Parliament actually has a subcommittee on youth. I'm not so sure. And then we've also got in South Africa again, unfortunately for you, the African peer review mechanism, you can engage with them and find out what, if any, kind of review and peer reviewing has been done on the youth. And then on the theories, you were saying you didn't have something. I would start off looking at generational theories about generation and intergenerational transition and things like that. So there's no question there. It's just a lot of comments. So I don't expect any response here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really helpful. I will definitely look into those things. In terms of the so what, so the question is kind of based on the work I'm doing, where I'm working at the moment. And the so what is looking at progressive reforms and thinking about how we can scale them, because we actually are working with the African Union Office of the Youth Envoy and thinking about how we can scale progressive reforms so that they can be introduced elsewhere. Because like I said, the charter isn't actually very helpful in thinking about how as a country you can actually advance the youth development and youth inclusion agenda. So the so what is, what are the progressive reforms, what has made them work, what have been the obstacles, and how can that be scaled in other countries? Because the other interesting thing is that, for example, the youth quotas, the internships, even the youth councils and other youth structures are not actually, they're not new policies, they just haven't been implemented very well in other countries, or they're just not taken seriously. So yeah, I don't know if that answers the so what, but yeah.
Yeah, it does. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I was also thinking, but very quickly because we really need to move on, that, you know, given your question, it'll be interesting to have, you've got 3 positive cases, and actually to really understand what are the drivers and why there is this sort of generational gap. It will be interesting to look also at negative cases. So why is there, so what happens when, under what conditions we don't have this particular sort of youth inclusion, so that, you know, comparing positive and negative cases might even help you answer even a bit stronger to the so what question. But we can discuss about this at some other time. Okay, let's move to the next presentation. Let's try and stick to time as well. So Mambo is going to give the next presentation. Mambo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. You can.
Hi.
Do you mind?
Mambo.
I'm fine. Do you mind sharing the screen?
No, I'm going to do that. Sure. Just give me a second. Thanks, Monique. Just give me a second. I'm gonna share the screen. Okay. No, sorry. Okay, Mambo. Oh my God. Oh, here it is. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not able to do that. Let me do this now. Okay. Here. Okay.
No.
Thanks.
No, that's not mine. Well, let me share from the side.
Mambo?
Hello?
Yes, hi.
That's not my screen. Let me share from the side then.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't share your presentation. I shared Mambo's. I'm sorry. Cancel. Okay.
Can you all see my screen now?
No, Mambo, sorry, I do have your presentation. I just got it wrong. Sorry. Let me share the right one. I'm sorry, Mambo. Okay. Oh no, I can't stop. Sorry, everyone. I'm trying. Okay, Mambo, do you want to go with this presentation or shall I share your presentation? I'm sorry.
I'll go. Do you all see my presentation now? Because I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, we can see.
Okay. My name is Mambo Maguranyanga, and I'm a master's student. The topic that I'm approaching is the role of traditional leaders in land administration in Mpumalanga province, in an area called Bushbuck-Ridge. The background is that traditional leaders in South Africa is the only institution that doesn't have clearly defined roles. Traditional leaders, the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act was supposed to address this issue, but then it followed the ambiguities of the previously enacted Traditional Leadership Governance Framework of 2003, that it didn't specify the roles of traditional leaders in general. But my approach now is I'm trying to look at their role in land administration, since there's a lot that is going on in terms of land administration, land reform in South Africa, as well as the rest of Africa as well. Chiefs have continued to continued to push for the clarity of these roles, but this has not been achieved. Its recognition also has been made by controversy. Some have argued that the recognition of the traditional authorities in South Africa was mainly because of to gain political mileage or political control of areas like KZN. In pre-colonial times, in the apartheid era, they used to have clearly spelled out roles. They used to allocate land. They used to handle land disputes, for which this is why I also want to look at. So basically, land administration has various definitions. It includes allocation, disputes, management, and tenure. But for this research, I'm mainly looking at allocation, disputes, and management, and I'm not going to look at tenure. There's a wide literature that covers tenure in South Africa. What I need to look at is basically allocation, disputes, and management. So my main question is what is the role of traditional leaders in land administration in Mpumalanga? Then, in understanding this question, I'm trying to break it into sub-questions, for which I will really appreciate your assistance and contributions as well, because I need to drop some sub-questions or add some, or I'll remain with all of them. So the sub-questions are mainly focused on the similarities and differences within the roles, in terms of the roles in Mpumalanga province. Then also, I'm also looking at how they handle land disputes, which they are part of or which they are not part of. Then, while I was browsing through the literature as well, an important or interesting concept or area is about the sacred lands. It's not clearly defined, or what their role in this kind of lands is. And also, I want to also look at the challenges they face in handling the roles that they have in Mpumalanga province. Lastly, the last question is, why has the roles of traditional leaders in land administration remained ambiguous? Then, looking at the literature as well, the resurgence of interest in traditional leaders has been quite interesting in sub-Saharan Africa because of decentralization that is happening, large-scale land transactions, land conflicts, and competing entities. For example, traditional chiefs versus elected municipal councillors. There's been conflict as well. So that's the global perspective in terms of what has been happening in relation to traditional chiefs. Then, while also in the literature, there are strong debates that I observed. Some are calling for the dismantling of the institution, while others are against the move altogether. Others have focused on accountability, saying that traditional chiefs are not accountable, particularly when they were managing the former Bantustans. Authors like Bank, Southall, and Ray, they've challenged that. And also, this has been countered by people like Pienaar, Inslee, and Kepe, who say that if we look at the local councillors that are there, they are corrupt in a way, and this is impacting negatively on the developments in rural areas, or particularly in land and other issues as well. There's also been debates on democracy, which have been leveled against. Others have said that the institution is not democratic. It uses coercion. For example, Buthelezi and Yeni, they have an article that mentions this. Others, a strong critique of this institution also as Ntembeza, who levels that this institution does not have a place anymore in post-apartheid South Africa. But in all those literatures that I've observed is that when they mention things about traditional leaders and land administration, they mention it, but then their arguments mainly focus on their democratic nature, for which I'm not interested in that part. What I'm interested is just looking at what their roles, whether they're democratic or not, as other people like Pienaar have argued, that let's look at their role. What do they play in this post-apartheid era? Then also the laws that are in place, both from the national level to the provincial level, it just simply mentions that traditional chiefs have a role in land administration, but what role they play is just not clear. Institutions entrusted with land administration are also engaged in fierce contests. Some of the traditional leaders argue that the roles that they have, that they were given to municipal councillors, are the same roles that they used to do pre-94. Then lastly, in the literature that I also noted, or I also highlighted, is that land in Africa, as well as in South Africa, has diverse uses to indigenous communities. It is not only about agricultural or structural use, there's also the issue to do with sacred lands. This area is mentioned, but most of the people who have looked at this particular topic, they only mention that, yes, there's sacred use of land, ancestral lands, but then it's not pursued further, for which this is what I also want to understand. What is their role in this, in handling such lands, or how do they give, or how do they manage such lands? Then moving on to the site location, why I chose Bushbuck Ridge. Bushbuck Ridge is an area in Mpumalanga province. It is the largest municipal in the area in terms of land, both land and population. And also PARI has an ongoing research that is there. So it will give me a better access to the participants. For example, traditional leaders, municipal councillors, and community members as well. And in the area, there are about 11 traditional authorities. So it will also give me the chance to have depth and breadth of my understanding of their roles. Similarities there will be explored. Differences as well, since they live in traditional authorities, different cultural beliefs, different cultural understandings as well are there. Then the main subjects mainly are the traditional chiefs in Bushbuck, and I'm taking a 100% sample of mostly the senior traditional leaders, since my understanding of the constitution or the policy documents that are there is that the senior leaders are the ones that are mostly recognized in the constitution. Then also, it is imperative to have community members, councillors, government bureaucrats as subject of the research, so as to have a balanced perspective. So if I understand from the side of the traditional chiefs, what they see what they perceive to be their role, I also understand it from the perspective of the subjects, the community members, the bureaucrats and everything, so that I have a balanced perspective when I'm analyzing the details to what constitutes the role of traditional leaders in land governance. Then the methodology is basically a qualitative approach, because it will engage, it will allow me to engage or interact with the participants. As I mentioned earlier, that the 11 traditional chiefs, in a way, it will be a comparative study, understanding their roles amongst the 11 traditional authorities. Then the selection of this approach of the multiple case studies, because it enables me to have a comparative analysis, understanding of the events and the subjects of study, as well as the phenomenon in real world context. This therefore means the practices and how they operate will be established directly from the source. As I was going through the literature as well, some of the literature, people have focused on, while looking at the traditional leaders, they focused on municipal councillors only. They don't go directly to the traditional leaders themselves to understand what constitutes their roles, and other studies as well used qualitative approaches which have not yielded any fruitful researches in terms of understanding their roles. Then in collecting the data, I'll use semi-structured interviews, both face-to-face and video-aided calls with the participants. The advantage of my choosing of face-to-face is because I'll see the expressions, understand the non-verbal cues, the reactions to particular questions that I'll pose to them. But noting the pandemic that is there, I'm also flexible in only looking at, only using video-aided calls through applications like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and all. And my choice of this is because most institutions in South Africa have gone virtual, and I engaged with some of the traditional leaders, and that's what they corroborated as well, saying as we as traditional leaders are flexible in using this type of technology as well because of the pandemic. So in trying to protect both me and the participants, I'll closely monitor the regulations that are in place so that we operate or conduct the research in a conducive environment. Then reinforcing these interviews, I'll also engage into desktop research. I'll look at government reports. I'll look at secondary data. I'll look at archived material on understanding the historical nature of traditional chiefs, understanding how they came to be chiefs in a way, so that I understand where it's all coming from. I think this is the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mambo. Okay, as always, let's open it up to comments and reflections. Is there any comments, questions?
Can I start?
Sure, of course.
Mambo, I think, again, another very good project with a lot of good but rather ambitious questions. The first thing is just to I think I want to note that the way you're placing your focus really is a place where there's a gap. A lot of the focus on traditional authorities, as you correctly say, has been, it's taken us in a direction where it's the governance questions, it's the questions of democracy that are focused on, and the questions of land allocation and the role of traditional authorities there is simply mentioned in passing. And some of us, I think, are responsible for that. We've been, the debate has largely been driven by people who've been active or activist in trying to fight for the rights of people in rural areas without really pausing to do the deep ethnographic work that can show us actually in practice how traditional authorities or what work they do when it comes to the kinds of questions you're asking here. So I think this is a very well chosen topic and a very well placed sort of set of questions. So that's the first thing. The second thing, I just want to start with a small question. I didn't quite get this point in your discussion. You said there are 11 authorities in the Bushbuck Ridge area. In your research, how many of those are you going to focus on? And then the second thing, sorry, let me just link that to the second question, and then I'll stop. Maybe I'll come back in later. This is. You're saying you're going to conduct interviews with the COVID-19 pandemic. You're going to conduct those remotely. And it raises a question, which is, one to think about, whether this kind of research project, in the way that you've designed it, is actually feasible in the context we're in now. That is to say, this is a kind of study that, you mentioned things like watching people's reactions, etc., to questions you ask. Those are questions, in ethnographic research that are best conducted with you sitting right there with people, doing both, those kinds of interviews, but also observing, as a participant observer in what people do. And so I'm just wondering whether this project needs to be rethought slightly and positioned slightly differently at this stage.
Hello?
Yeah.
On the sample, I'm trying to look at, I'm taking 100% sample, and I only focus on the senior level leaders, the head leaders in the area. Probably there will be 11. Yeah, there will be 11 traditional authorities, traditional leaders. Then I'm not sure if I will be able to have access to, because there are 2 kings as well. I'm not sure if I will be able to get access to the 2 kings, but I will see if it is possible as well. Then on the feasibility of carrying out interviews, my hope is that the area or the pandemic, by the time that I'll try to collect data, probably in around October, November, things will be the situation will have improved, That's my hope. But if that doesn't happen, probably that's where I'll incorporate the voice, the video aided interviews, but leaving a gap to later go and discuss with them. So I'm leaving that open for now. So I'm not yet decided on which method that I will use.
Federica, can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
I just think that Bushbuck Ridge is a very interesting choice of location because it's like, I mean, I don't know that much about it, but was like this weird apartheid dumping ground for people, basically, which is very far from any kind of real livelihoods, which is why it has one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. It's also got a disproportionately high youth demographic as well. But I was just wondering, like, what that history, how it relates to traditional authority and even, I mean, all kinds of authority because of its particular kind of apartheid history. Like I said, I don't know that much about it, but I think, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you've looked at that history, that particular apartheid history of its formation and its not being very well structurally endowed, I guess. I guess that's not really a question, but yeah, just a thought.
Thanks. Let's take another question, Tina. Yes. Hi.
Yes. Hi, Mambo. I just wanted to ask if whether Bushbuck Ridge has the dual structures of traditional councils and traditional authorities, because I know that in the Eastern Cape there are quite a lot of tensions around the governance structures of both traditional councils and traditional leaders. So I'd like you to just provide us a little bit of a scenario there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. In the area on Bushbuck Ridge, it is said that 95% of the land falls under traditional authorities. There's also a council that all the members that I'm trying to interview are part of, with what they call provincial traditional chiefs councils, which the king is the head, is the chairman, and all the senior leaders of the different traditional authorities fall under that council.
Can I come in on that point? I think Tina's asking a slightly different question, Mambo, which is within each of those chiefdoms, or whatever they call them. I mean, a lot of chiefs don't like that term, chief or chiefdom, and even, I mean, historians have problematized it quite a lot. But the question I think Tina is asking is about, in each of those chiefdoms, is there a traditional council and alongside the traditional leader? I don't know if you know that. I mean, you've referenced some of the legislation. I mean, in terms of the Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act, just to begin an answer to that question, it's a requirement that each and every chiefdom, traditional authority, let's say, has a traditional council. But what happened is, after the law was passed in 2003, they were given a certain number of years, I can't remember how many, to set up those traditional councils. But a lot of the chiefdoms actually failed to set up the traditional councils. So at one point, in fact, we were doing work in Limpopo, and what we were going to do was go to court and challenge the existence of a lot of these traditional authorities, because they had not transformed according to what the law required. This was when I was still at the UCT. Now the new law, the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Bill that Mambo referenced, it now tries to get around that problem of a lot of these traditional authorities not having transformed, by now giving them more time to set up these structures that they're supposed to set up more than 10 years ago. So that's the status currently, Tina. The question of whether each of these then, each of the 11 chiefdoms have set up their traditional council according to the legislation. That's a question for you, Mambo.
Okay, thank you for that. From what I understand or what I read, Mpumalanga is the leading province that all the traditional chiefs that fall under the province, they abided by the legislation that was there. They are the first, I think, to establish the traditional councils within the different traditional authorities that are there. That's my understanding from a reading that I got.
Okay, thanks, Mambo. Thanks, everyone. If there's no any other comment, let's move to Tafadzwa.
So sorry, can I just make one other comment?
Sure,
Federica,
of course, yeah.
Which is that, so to follow up on the earlier discussion about you looking at all the 11 traditional authorities, I think that's over ambitious for a project at this level. There are, I mean, from my experience, I think there are a couple of problems you're going to run into. One is the question of access, which you are referring to. It takes a long time in each of those places to gain access, partly because of trust issues. You need to take time to develop trust. So, and then to get the right amount of depth for each of those places is going to take a long time. And so I'm not sure that looking at all 11 is going to work. But that's a question for you, I think, and your supervisors to decide.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thanks for this, Mogesani, because I was also thinking that you should maybe be able to select some of these out of these 11 because it might be a little too much. Yeah.
Okay, can I just say something? I'm the supervisor. So yeah, thank you for all the comments. We will take them on board, and I think it will be one of the issues that Mambo will have to look into. What is the status vis-a-vis the establishment of the traditional council, and those who have got them, what role, I mean, what difference does it make? It will be one of the the sampling questions that we'll use as a filter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Mambo. Thanks, everyone. Let's move to next presentation. Tafadzwa.
Yes, Federica, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, shall I share your presentation?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I did, oh, here it is. Okay, let me, okay, perfect, thanks. Please start.
Okay, good morning. My name is Tafadzwa Mutsakanye. I'm presenting on a topic entitled Councillor Oversight Roles and Competency, a comparative study of Mfumuleni and Medieval municipalities in South Africa. Can you move to the next slide? Okay, so I'm gonna talk a bit on the background of the study. Well, it has been 25 years since the apartheid has ended in South Africa, and service delivery lack remains at the top of issues affecting most citizens in South Africa. And so this problem alludes to that local government councils, which is the closest link to the citizens, is seen as a failure. And it has been postulated that service delivery systems in post-independence African countries generally are dysfunctional institutions, as they are characterized by predatory and patrimonial ideals. And another thing, local government efforts to meet the needs of the people at the local citizen level has been branded as inadequate, and citizens still express dissatisfaction. And most of this dissatisfaction has been directed at councillors. So scholars like Paradza and Alexander have mentioned that councillors are not only politicians, but they are a strategic link between the communities and the urban council institutions. And these urban council institutions, they mean to design and implement development policies. Thus, councillors, they carry responsibilities and are accountable to the communities they operate in. Also, I think the South African Local Government Association states that the responsibilities of the councillors are to ensure that our municipalities deliver basic citizens to the communities. And basically these services are water, electricity, and other basic services. Can you please move to the next slide? Okay. Yeah, so basically, the councillors, they play a top to down role within their wards, which is they also stand as to get votes for the political parties which they represent. Thus, in times of failure, they are seen as the main position, as the main go-to person from this for the citizens. So can you move to the next slide? So basically, upon my inquiry into this topic, I've come up with a few questions on councillor competency and service delivery. And the main question was, what role has human capital played in the execution of prescribed councillor oversight roles in ensuring efficient and effective service delivery? So basically, this was the main question, which I also wanna invite more corrections, and so that I move forward in a better light. And the next question, which was a sub question, was how do councillors and their respective parties deal with human capital challenges? The other one was, what factors shape the recruitment and selection of councillors within the main parties such as the ANC and the GA? The other one was, why have political and communal ideals continue to influence the selection, recruitment, and how a councillor conduct oversight roles? And the last one was, how do councillors exercise their service delivery oversight role over the administration in portfolio committees and council? Can you move to the next slide? So basically, the objective of these studies were it was to aim to understand the role played by human capital and how it has an effect on the execution of oversight roles of councillors in their respective wards and constituencies. Also, this study aims to explore the extent to which human capital can best can bring best councillor oversight practices, which can impact on service delivery and achieving goals of the IDP of the municipality. Can you move to the next slide? So there was not much literature on councillor competence in relation to service delivery, but there was a few I managed to gather, but most of the literature on service delivery, they mainly focus on issues of corruption. They focus on issues of issues of corruption. Yes, there's issues of corruption. They also focus on issues of institutional capacity. There is also mainly, most scholars, they argue about this thing of material benefit, wanting material benefit of the politician. There is also issues of political struggles. So mainly the issue is on clientelism and patronage. So this includes scholars like von Hout, who postulates that South Africa, it had been motivated by it has been motivated by the change of institutions from apartheid. So basically, more from apartheid to freedom, which was led by the ANC in 1994, and this brought about a system of decentralization of local government, and in bid to fulfill the promise of basic service for citizens, and to fill the previously white-owned position in government, local government structures were filled with blacks, and this field lacks in institutional capacity, as priority of employment was given to cadres, and many of them who showed lack of skill and knowledge were hired, and they were hired in the name of employment equity, and this goes against the idea of effective organizational performance. More so, it has been a common feature in most Liberation Party-led governments in developing countries that recruitment and selection in government-related organizations check a different stance than that emphasize principles of merit and competency. And another scholar, Nkletana, he postulates that ideals of institutional capacity, ideals of getting into political position, they are usually influenced in that there's politicians, the accusation of positions of influence and power within the organization is mainly motivated by material benefit from the government, and this is increasingly led to political structures being characterized by corruption and opportunism, and these usually are manifested as scenes of incumbency, where officials, they check into the siphoning of state resources. Basically, the main argument within service delivery failure was that material benefits was the main driving force behind partaking into political activism, as the principle operates on reciprocity, that is support in return to secure employment and material benefit. Also, Alexander argued that corruption has been central to service delivery failure studies, and this produced the general idea that local institutions are less able to deliver goods, and this has been widely regarded through backdrop and meeting promised claims. So for this study, I try to adopt the theoretical framework of the human capital theory and the merit system theory. So basically, these were chosen. I chose this as a guide to this research because they articulate the importance of knowledge and skills for organizational performance. So Baker postulated that the human capital theory and people are assets of an organization, and they derive economic value from skills, competence, experience, and knowledge. So basically, it is upon this foundation that value is created through physical and financial and tangible assets. More so, it is valuable to emphasize human capital for this study, as it naturally proves the notion that training and job-related education is vital in adding value to the human resource development process, and also it is beneficial for the organization and the employees, which is when they upgrade knowledge and individual skills, it also trickles down to increase organizational productivity. And then the merit system, it also postulates that so it is a principle of merit system lays focus on merit and uniformity in organizational arrangements, and the merit system that from Weber, it aims to move an organization to a bureaucratic point of view. Basically, it strives towards the achievement of organizational efficiency and effectiveness. Therefore, actions of the merit system theory comprise of judgment and rationality, not sentiment in issues of deployment, in issues of employment within the government institutions. So so it has been a common feature, as I said, in Liberal Party-led government. I think you can move to the next slide. So for this study, I took a qualitative research techniques. So this research will adopt a case study. Basically, a case study allows an in-depth exploration of this concept of counselor experiences in conducting oversight roles and their respective wards. Also, the case study is also descriptive, and it seeks to explore the concept, and in this regard, the concept of competency of counselors and their relation to service delivery within their work. And for this study, cases will be Midval and Mfuleni municipalities. Basically, these were selected on the pretext that they are within the same district, which is the city, and these municipalities, they possess disparities in service provision, and they are both under two different political party jurisdictions. Also, for this study, in-depth interviews, phone interviews will be used. Basically, now intervals, they allow access to past events. In essence, they will allow me now to grant access to information which has been presented in closed meeting in past events in which the researcher has limited access. So basically, this study will utilize structured and unstructured interviews in which closed and open-ended questions will be asked, and the respondents for these studies basically to elicit unbiased responses and to seek clarity. Another interview will be conducted. Basically, the above mentioned design adopts an unstructured approach to inquiry. Basically, this allows flexibility in all aspects of the research. Also, it works to understand meaning and experience, to understand how parts work together. So basically, this method will be employed to address issues of competence and councillor oversight roles and their relation to service delivery in the Midbar and Empoleni municipality. Also, for this research, focus group will be utilized. So the focus group interviews, they basically revolve around expectations and feelings of the councillors and citizens. So it is crucial to apply this method as it will help in gathering different views. So for this research, I'll try to gather a group of 7 to 10 people for a discussion, and this group respondent will be selected based on their position concerning society and their effect on council oversight duties. Basically, I know it can be a challenge, especially in these times of the COVID-19 pandemic, to conduct focus group if they pose a risk, if they pose a health risk. Can you move to the next slide? So to reinforce yes, oh, sorry. Okay, I'm on secondary data, yes. So to reinforce the study and to reinforce from information from the interviews, secondary data will be used. That will be used data from the IGP, legislative documents, local municipality newsletters, and council approved reports. So basically, this will be used just to supplement and information and data from the interviews and the research. So for this research, interpretation of the data from this study will be done using the thematic analysis. That is to manage and analyze data collected through interviews. Basically, this method implies data will be analyzed after interviews and through a process of replaying and recording and transcribed, and that's data will be used will be grouped into themes, and these themes will be labeled in the code, will be used to guide the writing of the research. Can you move to the next slide? Oh, that's it. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I'm gonna stop sharing the screen. Let's hear if there is any comments or questions, reflections on this proposal.
Can I go?
Yes, of course.
This is Gaina Parada. Thank you very much, Tafadzwa, for that very interesting presentation. And find it very interesting because I also did some work on this area some kind of 8 years ago. And again, it looks like this is an ambitious project to be undertaking at the level that you're working at. So you would have to make some choices. And from the work that I did, I was thinking about the issue that you raised about councillor competence and selection criteria. There is a potential to expand or to add to existing knowledge when you're looking at councillor competence, and to look at the political parties, because they're the ones that select these councillors and put them into councils. And when we were doing that work that time, I remember the DA, I think in that research report that you're citing that I did with some colleagues, it's not Paraza, it's Paraza et al. I think we talked about, it's off the top of my head now, we talked about the political parties having some kind of criteria for selecting candidates for councillorship, the DA, the ANC, and one of the things we were thinking about was to do a bit more work there to understand how do they set up the criteria, because it's that system that produces the councillor that we end up with. And maybe that was the point where one could get some leverage by way of increasing or improving the quality and capacity of the councillor who gets into the municipality. And even some of them, they have kind of a training school. I was also, when we did that research, we were looking at 3 municipalities. It was quite a lot of work. And I don't know the size of the municipalities that you're talking about engaging with. And I don't know if you will have enough time to do 2 and then a comparative study over and above that. And I guess my other colleagues who also have other questions. I also had a kind of an issue with the theories. The slide was moving a bit fast for me. That how many are there, and what is the relationship with each? Are they kind of complementary, or are they exclusive to each other? And how does this work draw on them? That was my my kind of comment. And also about the human capitals. When you also look at like kind of the livelihood framework, it also talks about human capitals. And I was wondering what, if any, there's a kind of a link there. But yeah, my overall comment is that it is a lot, too much, if I may say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll look into it.
Okay, thanks, Gaynor. Is there any other comment or question?
Hi, Federica.
Yes, hi, Owen. Hi.
Thank you very much, Tafadzwa, for the presentation. I think maybe you might just have to look at the latest developments within Mfuleni municipality, especially when you look at your particular target audience that you want to interview. In effect, in Mfuleni, according to my understanding, is that there is an administrator appointed and the entire powers of the council have been removed. So maybe I think maybe just take that into consideration. It was just a comment, Federica. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Owen. And is there any other comment or question?
Just one minor point. I think it follows on from what Gaynor was saying. The question of, I mean, particularly, I was struck by your use of human capital as one of the lenses that you're using to look at this. And I mean, it's not literature I'm familiar with, but there's a big literature in other disciplines about this question of human capital, and in particular, I mean, in things like human resources, there's quite a lot of work done on things like, I mean, on that concept and on what it means. So I think in your use of it, if you are going to persist with that theoretical framing, it would be useful to also then read more broadly into how this is used in development economics, etc., so that your own use of it positions it in a way that's much clearer, what its genealogy is and how you are importing it into what you're studying here.
Thanks. And I think, yes, Tafadzwa, would you like to respond?
No, I'm just saying thank you. I'll look into it. I'll aid into it.
Yeah, so similarly to Gaynor's and Bongisani's comments, would be interesting to be a bit more specific on why the choice of those two municipalities, right? And why and what is the relevance to your question, but also what is the relationship really between the notion and the concept of human capital and other forms of capital, right? Social, cultural, economic, political, etc., which borders precisely to other disciplines and such as like sociology and other things. So also some, sort of analysis of human capital with relation to other forms of capital and how they've been theorized actually in relation to broader dynamics of power and, an assessment within a certain context. Yes?
Thank you, Doctor. I'll look into it. So you say I should find the relation between the theories of human capital and the other theories.
Yeah, capital, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other comment or reflection? Okay, thanks. Tafadzwa, would you like to say any?
Can I just say, I think for all the students, there is some kind of general comments about methodology and stuff and the so what. They just keep recurring. And I think everybody generally just needs to take them on board as well.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks. Okay, thank you. Let's move to next presentation. Okay, we need to have a change in program. Mabo just informed me that they don't have electricity at her place, so she'd like to go next as she's scared that her laptop will die. So if that's fine with Faith and Patrick, we'll give Mabo the floor now, and then we'll have a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene for the last two presentations.
That's
Is that fine? Okay. Okay, perfect. So Mabo, do you want me to share my screen, or do you want to do it from your screen? Mabo? Okay, let's see if Mabo is. Mabo? Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm trying to call her. And let me. Feels like.
She just sent a message saying she's having some technical difficulties on the
Yeah, Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see it. Let me see. Okay, so let's see what we can do. And she's saying something else?
No, not that I can see, no.
Okay, let me call her and see. Just give me a sec. Okay, she's saying that Faith, you can go next. I think she's got some issues with her computer. Faith, would you like to go then? Sorry,
Yes.
we're changing. Okay, would you like to share your screen or shall I share your presentation?
Let me share my screen.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thanks.
That should be fine. Hey, good morning, everyone. How do I put my camera off? Just give me 2 seconds. Okay, good morning, everyone. My topic is on local government and decentralization in South Africa. I was interested in this topic for a number of reasons. I think first because what we see every day is significant failure at the local government level. And this remains a critical governance and development challenge for South Africa. It manifests itself in widespread service delivery protest by individuals and communities who are responding to a growing dissatisfaction on the ground. In addition to this, we know that South Africa also faces serious infrastructure deficits. We've also seen around the world that governments have embarked in large-scale decentralization efforts to do a number of things. First, to improve service delivery, to facilitate infrastructure development, to increase citizen participation in local governance. And advocates of this approach have argued that decentralization can be a way in which to improve forms of accountability at the local level. Like we've learned in our theory classes, South Africa, like many of its African counterparts, embarked on extensive local government decentralization reforms post-1994. And in this new then and this current development local government system, local governments and municipalities were assigned the mammoth task of rebuilding communities. And in this way, public-private partnerships have been positioned as an integral solution for development on the ground, for infrastructure for development across the country. They are defined by National Treasury as a contract between a public sector institution and a private party, where the private party performs a function that is usually provided by the public sector and or uses state property in terms of a PPP agreement. The reasons why this happens is because, and one of the benefits of these kind of arrangements is that a substantial project risk, the risk related on financial terms or technical terms or operational terms, is transferred to a private party. Under South African law, PPPs are defined differently at the municipal level. And they are defined separately in the Municipal Finance Act as a commercial transaction. So not so much a contract, it can be, but the definition is much broader to include the term of commercial transaction between a municipality and private party. So although much research has been done on the municipalities in South Africa and their frameworks and how they work and their shortcomings, not much is known and understood about the extent to which local government in South Africa has embraced the principles of decentralization. And this is the space where my research study sits. it's led me to this research question, which is, in what ways does local government in South Africa embrace the principles of decentralization? This will be studied through unpacking the triple P municipal framework in South Africa. I'm also really interested in understanding a sub-question and trying to understand to what extent is the municipal triple three framework suitable to drive service delivery within communities. The literature on decentralization is broad and thin in the sense that not much has been done in South Africa and on the African continent, but social scientists from different fields have explored this topic. It is commonly understood as the assignment of public functions, including development mandates, to local governments, along with systems and resources needed to support specific goals. Although there are varying definitions across social fields, literature suggests that there is consensus on perspective that implies that local governments are empowered through a process of decentralization, and this is facilitated by a national framework. When I first was introduced to this concept late last year and through our study, I was confused about what it meant. So in finding out how I could apply it to my study, the United Nations definition on the concept was quite a helpful starting point. And it defines decentralization. It says, in practical terms, decentralization is a process of striking a balance between the claims of the periphery and the demands of the center. But like I've said earlier, decentralization as it happens in local government and governance is often complex and ambiguous. Economists focus on fiscal forms of decentralization. Political scientists focus on intergovernmental relations and local elections and accountability mechanisms, which is understood in literature to be political decentralization. And public administration experts work on understanding institutional structures, processes, and procedures, known as institutional decentralization. This was how Paul Smoke summarized the different dimensions of the concept. Obviously, his work was very much influenced, or his analysis was influenced by Parker's souffle theory on decentralization, which outlines almost 3 decentralization choices, like I mentioned: political, fiscal, financial, administrative, or as we know today, called institutional decentralization. My research is largely the way that I will do the analysis of the municipalities will try to be understanding to what extent the municipal PPP framework has embraced all different aspects of decentralization. So it's not only looking at political decentralization or fiscal decentralization or institutional decentralization, as I believe that these ways of thinking often work together. In terms of my methodology, it's like was said before, my work is quite qualitative, and it will primarily be done through in-depth interviews. The project sites that I've identified for this project is, at the time when I wrote up my research, it was between 5 sites, but it's mostly looking at the moment to be a municipality in the Nelson Mandela Bay, which is working on a triple P solid waste management project, and a project within the Ekurhuleni municipality, which is has to do with office accommodation projects. To date, I just want to say that South Africa has completed just 34 large-scale triple P projects, only of which 2 were municipality PPPs. Of the 22 triple P projects that are currently under review, only 7 are municipality-driven, and this was the latest figure from the 2019 National Treasury report. So in terms of how I'm going to investigate the different layers of the research questions, so like my colleagues have said earlier, there'll be a lot of scanning, so the collection and interpretation of national policy documents. The in-depth interviews will be with actors like transaction advisors, Triple P project office bearers in these two municipalities, and members of board selection committees, because they are, I believe they have quite interesting narratives to add to the project. And then I'd also like to do a survey. I'm quite interested, once I'm done presenting, to gather feedback on whether this approach is most effective. I've also been reading up on previous studies on decentralization, where the use of variables in the methodology was introduced, and I'm stuck almost, and I would like to hear perspectives on that. In terms of my research plan, I think it's next Tuesday, we should submit a final research proposal, which I'm aiming to do, and also to submit an ethics application. And then I would really like to use the rest of July to initiate and to formal outreach to the research participants. I have reached out to the stakeholders in these environments, just because I have existing relationships with them, but I haven't essentially said you're to the office at Nelson Mandela Bay or Kiruleni that you are the subject of the study quite yet, because we're not there yet. What's also ongoing is the collection of secondary data. So looking through relevant policy documents pertaining to the municipal service delivery framework and guidelines, which was introduced in the late 1990s, early 2000s, and the collection of supporting material where applicable. So looking at specific PPP contract agreements, bidding process documents, project onboarding documents, etc. And part of my research plan is to have a much more consistent check-in system with my supervisor. Okay.
Thank you, Faith. Thanks. Let's, as always, open it up for comments, questions, clarifications. Oh, I'm not muted.
Mine is a point of clarity. It's Norma.
Okay, hi Norma.
Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned that there were 7 municipal projects, 7 and 2 out of 35, I think, from the sample. Be interesting to know in terms of what were some of the lessons, or what were some of the issues that emerged out of that whole reading in terms of the municipal level. But this is tied to the question, which is why these 3 sites that you have chosen, because the other one you said has to do with office issues. I didn't quite get the term there. The other one has to do with water, if I'm not mistaken. I could be misremembering. So I'm trying to have a sense that you have 3 sites looking at different arrangement in terms of the Triple P and how that works, how you thought through around that methodology.
Okay. I can go ahead and answer that. Sorry, I think I was a little bit nervous, so I wasn't as clear as I wanted to be. So there aren't, from my understanding, there aren't currently many municipal Triple P projects that are registered and being implemented. On the national level, only 22 have been completed since 1994. And these projects obviously go under review. So, they do a little feasibility study, and then, then they procure, but the process of review is quite long. So a project can be an idea can happen, but from the time that it takes from an idea to being an implemented project is quite long. And my sense is that the municipal 333 framework acts almost as a barrier to projects on the ground, because getting it from approved from a feasibility study to procurement is such a long process. And then when the teams are finally onboarded, it can entirely be new different teams. So it seems as if the government's intent or the state's intent was that if we set up this framework on the local levels, we can drive different forms of development, but it's not really uptaking. The reasons why I chose those specific projects is because those are the only ones that are currently being registered and implemented. I took the approach of wanting to engage with a project that is alive and that is still active and in phase. And unfortunately, through the 7 that are active, I can't really do comparative. It's not like they all an education project or a healthcare project. They're quite different. If from solid waste to project office, there are 2 that are similar. So there's one in the Western Cape that's also a solid waste management project, which would be ideal to compare to compare 2 solid waste management projects. It's all about, in this time, access. How would I get access? It's just something that I'd like to see or have conversations with people in person. I hope that clarifies that. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I think Noma.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, thank you for that. It does clarify, but it's just a general thing. I mean, yesterday we had a presentation also from Ntoyapi, who mentioned that his site is Butterworth because it's home, and somebody else because Nedbank is acceptable. I think it is good to declare those things, but it's also important to push ourselves a bit further so that we can clarify whether we are comparing or not. I mean, I think it does matter what you're saying, that there isn't much to compare to, but as you narrow it down, you do have to justify almost every level to it. That if there's only 7 that are active, why are you choosing 2? Yes, they're accessible because you're in Johannesburg, but what else? How does your methodology speak to a research question? That's the continuous thing that you need to ask, even in terms of the different levels of, and this is not just for this presentation, but yes, it's good to have numbers in terms of participants, but it's always good also to break down those numbers as to why are you speaking to those people specifically, and how do they assist in thinking through the different dimensions that you're trying to surface for your own research question. But thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Is there any other comment or question? I just want, well, then I'll go. Faith, I just wanted to have maybe more clarity on.
Seems to be up.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Tina. Sorry,
No,
did you?
no, it was for the first time. It's supposed to go down. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So maybe I'll go. Just wanted to. Okay, obviously I agree with the comments on the choice, the methodology, and I mean, this is obviously for everyone. We've been discussing quite thoroughly how the methodology must speak to the research question and the justification of the cases. But maybe to go more in depth into your query on, or the fact where you're looking for feedback, just wasn't clear of what variables you were referring to. If you can maybe elaborate more on that.
So I'm not even sure I'm going to explain this properly, but I'm going to attempt. There was 2 research papers that I read that was trying to understand the relationship between political decentralization and service delivery, and positioned the political decentralization as the independent variable and the service delivery almost as the dependent variable, as the output. And so the research technique was about broad questions, was asking, is this effective? Are people who are living in this area, is it effective? And so it was mainly like a citizen participation, community participation approach. And my stuckness with this topic is that it is so interesting, but there are so many things that are unclear about decentralization as a how does this make sense? How, as much as I can go to space and ask questions about procedures, practices, ways of doing things, there seems to be a lack of conceptual models around decentralization. And is my contribution here to help to conceptualize a model? Is my contribution to see how a model applies to what I'm doing? Or am I making sense? This stuff, does it? Yeah, but that's where I'm stuck with. I'm not too sure if that makes sense.
So
yeah.
Let's see if there's anyone that wants to come in.
Can I come in? I'm going to make one point. I might struggle to make it because one of my sons is here with me and making a lot of noise. But just, I think, on the broader sort of context, there's a couple of things I want to mention. One is, so in some work we've done recently, with senior government officials and former government officials. One of the things that they're talking quite a lot about is they've become quite taken with this idea of the entrepreneurial state. The work of, what's her name, the Italian scholar, Mazzucato. You mentioned very few projects when it comes to PPP have been seen through to completion. In fact, there's a figure I came across recently. It's very, very few projects. Now, the second and linked thing to that is that when one talks to people, I was also in a discussion last week with people from the private sector. They talk about the issue with PPP not being pursued as much as it could be in this country, as partly a problem on the part of the state. They cannot trust the state to be able to do what it needs to do because of capacity, because of capability, but also because of politics, rent seeking, etc. So just in terms of context, I think those might be interesting things to look into, and to look into positioning your project to understand it before you get to the technicalities you're looking at on the broader, sort of the broader scale. What has PPP achieved in terms of project delivery in the country, which seems not very much. And so, there are some projects that are quite successful. Think of the Gau train, etc. So I think it's those kinds of contextual things that might be helpful in framing your project before you get it down to the detail at which you're working on this particular project.
Thank you. Just in response to that, I must say that both doctors, Toko and Tina, have been quite helpful in pointing me in the right direction in terms of reading. And the comment that you make about context is something that I'm still unpacking in my literature. I'm a little bit behind there, but it's about defining decentralization in its context, and it's something that I need to explore more. So I've made a note. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. If there's no other comments or suggestions, maybe we can move to, maybe we can have a 5 minutes break and then have the next two presentations. What do people feel? Okay, let's have a 5 minutes break, and then we'll reconvene. We'll have Mabo and Patrick. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Faith. Let's give it 1 minute, and then we...
Hi, Federica, I'm here.
Hey, hi, good. Let's give it 1 minute, and then we start. How's your laptop, Mabo?
It's still on.
Still on? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
still on.
Yeah. Let's see. I think everyone's here.
Can you please
are you
share
guys
the
around?
slides with
Can we
everybody?
start? Yeah, sure, of course. Just wanted to wait for everyone to be here, but what am I sharing? Am I not? I'm not sharing.
It is my slide.
Am I sharing your presentation? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. So. Okay, we all here? Can we start? Give me a sign, because we don't want Mabo to talk alone. Okay. Okay, Mabo, sorry. Let's start, and let's have your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Mabothlale Mbatani, and I'm a master's student. And the topic that I'll be discussing, or my research topic, is around the identity of a public servant. Next slide, please, Federica. So the background to my research is the narratives around public servants are based on the assumption that there are two types of public servants: the public servant that acts for the public good, or the one that acts for self-interest. So for instance, the selfless, devoted, and dedicated public servant, an example would be a nurse from UTNH, was awarded by the Democratic Nursing Organization of South Africa for voluntarily driving 2 patients from Port Elizabeth to Cape Town for their kidney transplant. And on the other hand, we have the venal, corrupt, and self-serving public servant. Another example, a municipal manager from eThekwini who is facing fraud, corruption, and maladministration charges. However, the literature suggests something different. Next slide, please, Federica. So the literature suggests something different when it regards to what a public servant is, what determines the action of a public servant, if I may put it that way. March and Olson suggests that public actors act and organize themselves in accordance with the rules and practices that are socially constructed and publicly known, and accepted. In their logic of appropriateness framework, they state that the action of individuals occur within these rules and practices because it is rules that guide the actions of individuals in making decisions. And another explanation by Bogart and Van Dorp explains that public servants act in certain ways because of the multiple roles that they play simultaneously. And this is due to the various components and complexities of their job and the institutions involved, therefore making it difficult to conform to specific identities. Next slide, please, Federica. So although both of these explanations given have merit, they do not offer the full record. The literature fails to explain on how political actors understand this identity and the connection between the identity and actions, and how this connection motivates their behavior. So I come here by arguing that by firstly understanding this assumed identity from a public servant's perspective, one then gets to understand why certain actions and decisions are made in specific circumstances by public servants. I also argue that by having a better comprehension of what happens in a public organization from day to day, that motivates action and decision making, apart from rules and practices, will provide us with a better theoretical understanding to the reason behind human action and decision making in the public sector. Next slide, please. Therefore, the purpose of this research is to investigate what determines the actions of a public servant apart from the rules. For instance, how does a senior manager or a head of department for electricity or water and sanitation in local government behave in a set of circumstances? So this brings to my question that I'll be asking in my research. How do public servants at local government understand the identity of a public servant? And the sub-question to that is, how does this particular identity influence their actions and ultimately their decision making? Next slide, please. So the literature, while there has been research, the literature review, while there has been much research on the role of a public servant, few researchers have taken consideration in understanding the identity or persona of public actors from the actor's perspective. Therefore, in order to fully understand this identity, one needs to look at the literature on the concept of identity and action and how this concept influences behavior. So identity in this context can be defined as the social and personal characters of oneself, distinguishing features that a person views as socially consequential. Literature by Houghton explains identity as a way of capturing one's self-view, and this can be done by asking the question, who am I? She explains that individuals can have multiple identities that are associated with a profession or an organization. These identities can lead to a role identity, where seeing oneself as holding a role such as a doctor or even a public servant. Next slide, please. So Leary and Techne explains identity from the standpoint of who one is at the moment. Self and identity are predicted to influence what people are motivated to do, how they influence and make sense of themselves and the actions they take. They also suggest that the self is important because individuals look to their identities when making choices that will influence their actions. And then the link between identity and action, Topman contributes that to the literature by claiming that if decision-making is not a case of rational preference based by identity-driven or rule-based action, then the forming of identities is a possible source of weakness. Next slide, please. Therefore, action in this context can be defined as an instance of behavior that is associated with an intention. March argues that situations are matched with the conceptions of identities that decision makers use in determining appropriate action, and the matching of identities to situations results in the selection of responses appropriate for the prepared identity. So the above explanations might provide some solid background to understanding the concept of identity and action. However, I feel they do not provide a detailed connection between assumed identity and action that motivates decision making. Next slide, please. So the methodology of my research goes, in order to satisfy the objectives of this research, a qualitative research method will be followed. The reason for choosing this method is because qualitative research provides a good approach in understanding human behavior, which is significant in reaching the objectives of this paper. This study will be conducted by collecting data and the participants' narratives through interviews and participant observations. These narratives will help us understand how the participants, which are public servants in this instance, how the participants interviewed construct their identities when met with certain circumstances. The interviews will be conducted in a semi-structured manner and in unstructured, natural flowing conversation so that participants are in a space to talk freely about how they see their job. Next slide, please, Federica. So the case study that will be focused on addressing the research questions or the research for this paper will be conducted at Governbeki municipality, which is situated in the Gatsibande district in Mpumalanga. The municipality has been encountering challenges with consistently supplying electricity to residents for the past 2 years, while also battling a huge electricity debt with Eskom. In June 2018, irate residents went as far as burning down one of the local municipality offices out of frustration due to the lack of service delivery, particularly electricity. So 2 years later, which is this year now in June, residents of the Gatsibande district are still being left in the dark, at times for days on end, with no proper communication from the local councillors or municipalities. So the aim, next slide. Yeah, the aim is to interview public servants who are in departments that deal with decision-making processes related to electricity or infrastructure, such as managers and senior managers. This will provide insight into understanding how they acknowledge their identity and the actions that influence making decisions under this set of circumstances of having to deal with either irate residents or protests. And the reason for choosing local government in my research is because I believe that it's the level in government where action and decisions taken have some sort of direct impact on the people or communities. Next slide, please. So the plan, currently I'm trying to refine my theoretical framework and literature review. Also, if any suggestions on the type of literature that I could look at are welcomed, because I'm also kind of finding difficulties in getting, the literature that's more in detail to my research. And another current status of my research is that I'm awaiting feedback from one of the officials at the municipality on the right contact person to send my permission letter for when I'm ready to conduct the research at the municipality. And I also plan to start with conducting the interviews as soon as faculty gives the go-ahead, for example, approving the research proposal and ethic clearance. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks, Mabo, for your presentation. Is there comments, questions, reflections? Okay, if no.
Hi,
yes.
Federica.
Yes. Hi, Paul.
Yes, I would like to thank Mabo very much about that good presentation.
Yeah.
But since she's talking about agency, identity, she's talking about the identity of the government servants. I see the theory of symbolic interactionism playing a role, and the rational choice theory, I think they will be relevant to this project.
Yeah, thanks. I think building up on Paul's comment, Mabo, I think it's really interesting that you really want to focus on the identity on the public servant from the perspective of the public servant itself. And to my understanding, it seems like you're interested in understanding how the identity of the public servant influences and determines its actions. But it seems to me that you've put way too much emphasis on the agency or the I mean, like, we don't know within what context the identity of the public servant is being created. In other words, it seems that maybe you could also sort of look at a greater scale to the structure within which the public servant and, you know, the identity, how the identity is also shaped by the environment in which the public servant works. And this links to the importance or to the relevance of theories of symbolic, you know, ethno-methodology and the work of, for instance, Goffman, that looks precisely at how micro actions within working spaces are determined and influenced by the structure, and how the actions themselves are part and build on, you know, the identity on the person, but also affect by consequence also the environment itself in which the in this case is the public servant, but, you know, could be any other profession works. So I would suggest you look at ethnomethodology, and there's like a huge vast literature on that. I can definitely give you some suggestions, and in particularly at the work of Irving Goffman, that really looks at how identities are created and contested within workspaces, but also not only confined to the workspaces, because as you said and mentioned, you know, identity is not sort of a unilateral mono thing. You know, a person might have several identities that collide or diverge in certain moments. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Are there any other comments?
Hi, Federica. It's Tokyo here. Oh,
yes,
sorry.
I
just in terms of methodology, a suggestion for examining your interviewees' responses about how they view, you know, their work and their position. I think you can use thematic or content analysis to sort through those interview results when you've gathered them all. So just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Tok.
Any other?
Just one thing.
Yes.
I missed parts of the presentation, but I just wanted to just say, I think the beauty of this project is just the crisp simplicity of the questions they're asking, and incredibly, I mean, the best research projects to me are projects where you hear the question and think, why has nobody thought about this in our context? And that's one of those kinds of projects where you've named something that is so central to a lot of work that we do, but we've actually never asked questions about that particular aspect. So I think it's a fantastic project.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Mabo, I was thinking another reference that you might want to look into is Ivan Illich, but I'll send you all of these suggestions on it is a critical work on professions and on their debilitating sort of aspect on people's lives. So I'm going to send you all of these references.
Okay, thank you very much.
That help you precisely bridge this tension between agency and, you know, public servants' sort of ability and capability of making choices and actions within a certain structure, and how these two are always in communications within each other and actually influence each other quite strongly.
All right. Thanks very much.
No problem. Thanks. Okay, thanks. Let's then move to, if there's no other comments, let's move to our final presentation by Patrick.
Okay, thank you. I'll share the screen from this side, Doctor.
Okay, oh, no problem. Okay, thanks.
Just a moment. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Thanks a lot. So just to mention something at the start. So I'm still working on the research proposal with my supervisor, trying to narrow down the the research question and other things. So, but essentially, the topic I have in mind is to look at the state of local government in South Africa, a critical analysis on service delivery and the financial management of municipalities. So in 1994, South Africa officially left its status as a country under apartheid rule and ushered in democracy. Millions of citizens envisaged a new era where basic services will be delivered to them, unlike the previous era, where only a minority had access to these services. Over 2 decades later, millions of citizens remain without access to basic services such as access to clean water, access to health, and access to housing, just to mention a few. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, as the supreme law of the country, mandates the local government to deliver basic services to the public. Wall notes that in 1995, an estimated 8 million South Africans did not have adequate sanitary facilities, and that 57% of people had proper waterborne sewerage. So South Africa is a constitutional democracy. Section 40 of the Constitution expressly states that government is constituted as national, provincial, and local spheres of local government, which are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. So from here, we see that there is sort of a cooperative governance that the Constitution mandates, you know, the states to undertake. Section 152 of the Constitution mentions that the various objects of local governments, among them is the provision that mandates the local government to ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner. Section 153 of the Constitution states that structure and manage, that local government needs to structure and manage its administration and budgeting and planning processes to give priority to the basic needs of the community and to promote the social and economic development of the community. The Human Sciences Research Council report titled Service Delivery Challenges in South Africa states that service delivery challenges remain apparent. Therefore, despite the existence of a highly progressive constitution, laws and electoral democracy, violent social movement discontent have been rising to the extent that some analysts have labeled South Africa as the protest capital of the world. Literature is full of research that points to the failure of local governance in South Africa. One such research is by Kolbe and Siddle, who argue that years after the adoption of the constitution, the local government state is in a state of paralysis. Kolbe and Siddle, to prove their point of the state of paralysis in municipal government, point towards the ever-recurring service delivery protests. Kanyane and Koma note that local government does not have the capacity to deliver basic services. Kanyane and Koma further note that one clear problem for municipalities is the financial vulnerability exhibited by numerous local governments in the country. Kanyane and Koma note the following. Some municipalities have inadequate financial management capacity. The result is that budgeting, accounting, credit control, and financial reporting systems are weak. The budget process is often not properly linked to municipal planning and is not always open to community participation. Colville and Siddle note that there are several explanations as to why local governance is failing in South Africa, and some of these explanations range from a lack of funding to a lack of institutional capital. Kanyane and Koma further note that one clear problem for municipalities is the financial vulnerability exhibited by numerous local governments in the country. Kanyane and Koma note the following also. Okay, that I've already said. So the auditor, now to go on to the Auditor General report, because that's what I'll be also concentrating on. The Auditor General's report recently that was released states that 257 municipalities were audited. 20 received a clean audit, a narrow increase from the 18 clean audits report. From 239 to 241. So I have two research questions, and those are what I explained in the beginning, that I'm still trying to narrate as directed by my supervisor. The first, what I was trying to look at was the current status of financial management in municipalities in South Africa. So I intend to focus on irregular expenditure by municipalities because the Auditor General has highlighted that there is a problem with that, and also authors that I've been reading on have highlighted that there's a problem of irregular expenditure by municipalities. And also on service delivery, since I was told I cannot concentrate on a lot of things, I was intending to concentrate on the current status of water service delivery in municipalities. So on my methodology, I intend, this will be a qualitative research. I intend also to have a questionnaire survey that will be utilized to gather the required data for this study. I intend to interview people around Johannesburg, since it's the economic hub of the country, and there are high chances of getting diverse views from people who come from different municipalities in South Africa. The study will be cross-sectional in nature, and as such, the result will be representative of that point in time. I've also got in contact with the MMC or Finance Office for the city of Johannesburg to try to interview him and get to get a one-on-one with him, so that we could talk about how his office is dealing with issues of irregular expenditure and financial management. So I intend to have a semi-structured interview. The sample method, a non-probability convenience sample will be used, as this it will allow for many respondents to be reached and is suitable for respondents who are geographically dispersed. Any resident will be selected irrespective of sex, race, and or location, ensuring an equal opportunity for all residents in the area to be included in the study. So that's what I have so far.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Patrick. Let's go to questions, comments, and points of clarification? Okay, then I'll go with a comment. So basically, Patrick, okay, you mentioned that your work is in progress and that also your research question is still in progress. So I'm just concerned still about the fact that, you know, this question, so if you ask what is the current status of financial management or even of services, so what kind of answer are you expecting to have? So what is the current status with regards to what? So would it be with regards to in terms of financial management, right? But I'm not quite clear what you hope to find out about trying to look at the current status. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm trying to ask, are you looking at, I don't know if my question makes sense. Are you looking at, because to me, if we want to understand the current status of financial management, you know, it's in a fairly descriptive way. We go and we look at the books of, you know, a certain municipality, and we find that out, right? We can say is in debt, is in arrears, is okay. But what does it tell us then? I think it goes back to the so what question that was raised before with other presentations. What would be the relevance of this kind of answering this kind of question in the way that you framed it?
So I think maybe it was the way I framed my question that, so essentially what I want, maybe the way I framed my question is the problem. What essentially I want to do was to concentrate on, because financial management in municipality is a broad topic. So what I was trying to do was trying to look at irregular expenditures by municipality. So I found out that the Auditor General's office has reported, you know, has done, a report on that about the irregular expenditures, and I want to understand what leads to these irregular expenditures in municipalities, and are they justified in terms of looking at different legislations that have been passed, you know, that are specific to municipalities in South Africa in terms of their finances, and as well as to probably look at whether there are any solutions to the issue of irregular expenditure.
Okay, so basically it's not about the current status, but it will be like more about what triggers the discrepancy between what's been legislated and the current financial status.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, but then in this case, I think that looking at all of these municipalities might be a little problematic in the sense that, I mean, how you intend to, I mean, and just to help you think through this really, I mean, are you going to look at one particular municipality? Are you going to do so you say like people around Johannesburg, right? But does Johannesburg give you a specific insight into your question? And why have you chosen this? This is also some, you know, a comment which has been quite recurrent throughout the presentations.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, yeah. I think, yeah, it will be because I was still battling to because I was my supervisor had referred me to do more readings on that, and so I could narrow my research question. But I was still in the process of I was battling out whether I should concentrate probably on one metro, probably like the city of Johannesburg, in terms of both research questions, or generally look at municipalities in South Africa as a whole. So yeah, that was what I was still battling with.
Well, I guess it depends again. Okay, I don't want to monopolize the floor here, but I guess it depends again, goes back to your question, but also, to have a broad general analysis of what happens in the whole of South Africa probably is beyond the, possibility of a master's research report. I think it'll be better if you find one particular municipality that you've seen and, where it's been documented that, this sort of either financial or linked to, service delivery of water or anything has been dysfunctional or, in deficit, and you try to understand what's been happening there.
Yes,
and
yes.
contrast with the legislation and whatever, all of the things that you've mentioned before.
Yeah. No, thank you, Doctor.
But
can I? Oh, sorry, Frederica.
No, yeah, sure. I was saying, like, is there anyone else that wants to come in? Yeah.
Okay, now I'll come in. I just a slight comment on his research project, of which I do agree with you, Frederica, when you say that most probably for this research, it will be better for him to concentrate on a single municipality, and it also depends on access. So if he has access, for example, to the city of Johannesburg, then that might probably work better for him. But it's also very important for him to really narrow his research and also start looking at the different variables that constitute financial management, because I can see there that you are specifically talking about the Financial Management Act, but also there are other elements that you also need to consider beyond the Financial Management Act as well, like oversight structures that are mandated to provide accountability and transparency and monitoring of the way in which the city spends its resources, its allocation of its resources and budgeting and so forth. So since you mentioned that you're also thinking of interviewing the NMC who's in charge of finances, how about you stretch your work and also look at the auditing committees? How do they function as well in a municipality? Because when there's a reoccurrence of certain audit outcomes that are quite consistent and they are showing signs of decline instead of improvement, well, that means that you have to go back to these oversight structures and start looking at the way in which accountability, is being put to the forefront. And that brings us back to the topic of the politics of auditing committees in this country, which is another topic that is not really quietly, researched in the manner in which should be researched. So I think you should also think about the way in which you will stretch your research project into also looking at that, but also not limiting yourself in terms of your methodology, your research participants, to only looking at the municipality. How about conducting an interview with somebody from the Auditor General's office, because they're about to launch their audit report, their audit outcome for 2018-19, which has shown drastic decline and deterioration in the finances of municipalities. And there you can get a better insight in terms of what has been the longitudinal contributing factors that they have found out in this report, because in this report, they start to talk about the politics that are also involved in financial management, which are contributing towards the decline of financial performance, and also speak to somebody from SALGA as well, who's proactive in ensuring that capacity is built for these municipalities who are struggling. So I think you just need to think a little bit more broadly in that sense of around the different kind of variables that constitute financial management and the decline of financial management performance of municipalities, choosing from a specific service, for example, or a specific financial issue like irregular expenditure. So yeah, that's my contribution.
No, thanks a lot, Doctor. I've written it down.
Oh, Toko has got a raised hand. Hi, Toko.
Hi, thanks, Federica. I think a nice starting point for you, Patrick, might be to read some work that Perry did into municipalities around not just irregular expenditure, but adverse audit outcomes. It was under the Municipal Audit Support Program, MASP. I think the report is on the Perry website. So maybe from there you can get a general overview that can help you with your variables and a lot of things that Tina has just been suggesting, but just so that you have an overview and you see where you can come in terms of your research instead of having something descriptive.
No, thanks, Doctor.
And also just to add on that as well, I mean, there's a very, there's a very high demand that's really coming up in terms of getting civil society to also play a role in providing social audits as well. So that regime is being filtered into the AG's office, and they're really trying to spearhead with providing both the financial legislative perspective of auditing, but at the same time also going for social audits as well. And Ekurhuleni and Johannesburg has got a lot of relationships that are starting to emerge with other civil society actors who are providing social audits. So also include that in these variables to really understand how accountability is being enforced in these municipalities such as the city of Johannesburg, to circumvent, issues related to maladministration in finances.
No, thanks a lot.
Thanks everyone. Do we have any other comment or contribution? Okay, so I think, let me move to, yeah. So I think we're done with this round of presentations. Thank you very much to everyone. Thanks to the students for presenting, and I hope it was helpful. Thanks obviously to everyone else who came and contributed with comments, suggestions, and reflections. It seemed to me was quite a constructive and helpful exercise that we had this couple of days. So please feel free to get in touch with me should you have any further issues, and maybe also directly with the people that commented, and if you want to take it up further with them. Yeah, so good luck with your proposals, and which will be submitted to faculty at the end of the month, well, next month, but next week for the final exam. So you still have extra 3 weeks to wait after the first submission, and for revisions and polishing and everything. And yeah, thanks to everyone.